Bang that gavel.
I'm waiting to the last meeting to do that.
First time on the term, right?
Yeah, the first and last time.
Just make sure we have all those. Send it to you right now.
Oh, can you send it to me as well?
Yes.
So good morning. I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and it will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Commissioners, do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Commissioner Kim?
Thank you, Chair. It's not so much of a conflict of interest, but I just wanted to say a few words with regards to agenda item 16, which I had initiated a motion on. I think we all have an interest. It's not a conflict, but we do all have an interest in how and what kind of city we want to live in. The TTC and the impact on the TTC is the most obvious impact of Bill 23 and Bill 98. So hence the motion and the context behind it. I ask those who have political influence to do what you can through the election. We have an opportunity with the election to fight the provincial government and to save our city and to save the TTC. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to declare a conflict of interest? Nope. Okay. Before we get through the agenda, on behalf of the board, I'd like to take a moment to recognize former TTC Chair Howard Moscow, who passed away on May 23rd, 2026. Howard served over 14 years on the TTC board as a commissioner, vice chair, and a board chair. During his first term as chair, the TTC broke ground on the new Queens Quay streetcar line that connects Union Station with the Exhibition Place, began construction on the Shepherd Subway, and started to build the Transit Control Center at Hillcrest Complex. In his second term as chair, Howard helped steer the TTC through the SARS crisis and the 2003 electricity blackout, and the TTC introduced its 2003 ridership growth strategy, a guiding document for transit investment in the next decade that followed, which saw the system grow ridership to more than 500 million riders annually. I'd ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence to honor the life, honor the life and achievements of Howard Moscow. Thank you. And before we go further, I understand that Vice Chair, you'd like to say something.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to, and as our discussion, just say a few words about Howard Moscow. And I've written it out. I usually don't write out things, but I want to be very precise here. So it was a very sad moment for many of us when we learned of the death of Howard Moscow. He was a former councillor colleague, TTC commissioner, and chair for many of us and with many of us for many years, and friends to many people in Toronto and the Toronto and beyond. Howard had a long, illustrious, and colorful 31-year career as a North York alderman, Metro councillor, city councillor, TTC commissioner, and chair starting in 1978 and ending with his retirement in 2010, representing the western half of the Eglinton-Lawrence riding. Today, for my comments, I'll just focus on Howard and the TTC, understanding that there's a motion also going to City Hall that will no doubt focus on his City Hall work. Some highlights. A key moment in his early political career with the TTC included being an early supporter of LGBT issues in the early 1990s at the TTC when the community sought ad space on TTC vehicles. What is commonplace now was a fight back then, and he was in on it early. With municipal amalgamation in 1997, Howard became the first amalgamated City of Toronto chair of the TTC. Building a vibrant public transit infrastructure and promoting ridership growth were his key passions. He read virtually every TTC report and had an encyclopedic memory of their content that he brought to TTC meetings. An example of his social justice commitment was his advocacy for the wheel-trans community and for elevators in all the subway stations. An example of his creative thinking was his demanding of condo developers to include in their sales agreement a free Metro Pass for the first year of residency. Stuart's smiling there. An example of his tenacity was the sole source purchase of the new subway vehicles built in Thunder Bay, now serving Line 1, thus keeping good industrial jobs in Canada. His TTC Commission colleagues and TTC staff will remember him as a tenacious advocate for social justice, whether it was for people living with disabilities, tenants, people without homes, transit users, and so many equity-deserving communities. He never attacked people personally, but would debate transit policy with great enthusiasm and frequent humor. And yes, he was mischievous from time to time, to the delight of friends and to the fury of his foes, all of which made for entertaining media. Howard's passion for the TTC can be captured in many stories. Many of us have them. The one that I want to bring forward was around 2006. He wanted to add some spice to the often boring engineered type way of being at the TTC that drove some of us a little bit crazy. And what it was he wanted to start this he felt the TTC needed some pizzazz. So he drove the TTC staff a little crazy in pushing for what he called TTC pizzazz events, trying to add some excitement and sexiness to the TTC. So there followed a series of events at TTC subway stations with all of us doing silly things and wearing these humongous buttons. Here's an example. Here is the button that poor TTC staff and his TTC colleagues had to wear that I actually dug up at home. And interestingly, the picture of Howard in this box here is the same picture that was used in the memorial piece that was given out at his funeral. That if there is a picture of Howard, that's the picture of Howard that I think rings most true. But at the root of all his pranks, his clever strategies and tactics, he had a lifelong commitment to struggle for a fair, inclusive public transit system. He did it all in a larger-than-life manner, which made him a complete pleasure and pain to work with on the TTC. Howard's contribution to a better Toronto has been enormous. The memory of Howard Moscow is a blessing to us all. Rest in peace, dear colleague and friend. And I understand there's a motion coming forward a little later on for us to find a way as TTC commissioners to honor that legacy.
Would you like to move the motion now?
I would be happy to.
So we will put the motion up, the motion to commemorate the many achievements of Howard Moscow. Are there any questions on the item? No. Any speakers on the item? No. With that, I will ask for a recorded vote. All those in favor? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's unanimous. Okay, thank you. That is unanimous. Okay, great. The next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of the meeting of April 16th, 2026. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? I'll move. All those in favor? Carried. I would like to remind you that this is an open meeting as we go through the agenda today. Those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the clerk. We will take a lunch recess from 12:30 to 1 p.m. today. Recognizing that the agenda is quite lengthy and we have many items to get through, I'd like to move that the board amend procedures to limit public presentations to 3 minutes and to limit member questions to 1 round of 5-minute questions and 3 minutes of speaking. All those in favor? Carried. We have an administrative inquiry on the community bus routes. The response to this inquiry has been posted to the agenda page on the TTC's website and distributed to the members. In accordance with the TTC's bylaw to govern board proceedings, the TTC board can receive or refer an administrative inquiry to the appropriate TTC official or department. I will move to refer the administrative inquiry to the next special strategic plan committee meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Commissioners, I will now commence with the review of the order paper. TTC 15.2, I will hold this item in my name for a CEO's report, May 2026. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from the CEO. TTC 15.3, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit General Monthly Meeting on March 26, 2026. I will hold this item in my name for a verbal presentation from ACAT Chair Sophie Petrillo. TTC 15.4, presentation, Indigenous Wayfinding on the TTC. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from Cameron Stewart. TTC 15.5, Advancing Safety on the TTC 2026 Focus Areas. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold this item in my name. TTC 15.6, Bloor-Young Capacity Improvement Projects, Platform Edge Doors, and Net Zero. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. I also understand that there are questions for this in the confidential session. TTC 15.7, Fare Collection Update. We have a speaker on this, so I will hold it in my name. TTC 15.8, Financial and Major Projects Update for the period ended April 26, 2026. Would anyone like to hold this item? Nope. I'll move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next is TTC 15.9, TTC and QP Local 2, Collective Agreement Ratification. I will hold this item in my name in confidential session. Next is TTC 15.10, CEO Performance and Objectives. I will hold this item in my name for a confidential presentation. Next is TTC 15.11, Toronto Transit Commission 2026 Follow-Up, Status of Previous Auditor General's Recommendations. Is there anyone that would like to ask questions on the confidential attachment? No? Anyone would like to ask, would anyone like to ask questions in public session?
Approval?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to just have 1 minute to comment on the presentation from the Auditor General and the results, because they're outstanding and a real turnaround for this organization.
Thank you. And I also want to recognize our chair, Commissioner Sachs, who has been making sure and staying on top of staff to make sure that these recommendations are getting closed out and really helping us to turn this around. So thank you for your leadership. The AG has a presentation, but she has offered to forego it so long, if we're okay with that. Yep.
I don't think we need to see it again.
Okay.
Do you want me to talk about it now or later?
Sure.
Okay, really what I want to say is that this report from the Auditor General is unaccustomedly really good news. What we were seeing until recently was every audit, every review was piling up more and more recommendations that the Commission wasn't meeting. And we also had a very embarrassing trend of management claiming, oh, yeah, we did it, and then the Auditor General goes back in and checks, and the answer was, no, you didn't. So it was a consistent pattern of the same kinds of mistakes over and over again, where we weren't on top of systems, we weren't on top of data, we weren't doing maintenance reliably or on time, that just had a cumulative adverse effect on the hard work of everybody else. And what we've seen now is, first of all, internal audit. The audit committee directed that internal audit work with management before they claim that they've implemented a recommendation. And that is what's turned it around. So if you look at the presentation from the Auditor General, what you'll see is that she did a review of a large number of outstanding high priority items, and all of them were done, except two that are no longer relevant, and one, which is closing the rear door of the streetcars, which still requires a trade-off review about, you can collect more fares, but you slow down the system. So that's something that is underway. And in the supplementary report, staff gave us a list of when they're going to finish all the remaining high priority recommendations for the last 15 years. They're almost all going to be done this year. So thank you to Viraj and his team. The Auditor General commented that finally, instead of being a laggard, we're now setting a really good example for the city as a whole of understanding when rocks have been lifted and aggressively fixing it in a way that is going to have ripple effects on many other systems, because the bus maintenance problems, subway maintenance problems, streetcar maintenance problems, work car maintenance problems, they're all related, and we're finally getting on top of them. So thank you to the team, and congratulations, everybody.
Thank you. So I will do you want to move the item then?
I would like to move the item.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Great, that passes unanimously. Next, we have TTC 15.12, KPMG LLP Audit Findings Report on the TTC Consolidated Financial Statements for the year ended December 31st, 2025. Would anyone like to hold this item?
I'd like to move it.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, we have TTC 15.13, Draft Consolidated Financial Statements for the TTC for the year ended December 31st, 2025. Would anyone like to hold this item? No?
I'd like to move it.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. Next, we have TTC 15.14, Honoring Frederick Langdon Hubbard. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, would anyone like to speak? Hold? No. I'd just like a recorded vote on adopting the item, and I will move it. All those in favor? Opposed? Great. Item carries unanimously. Next, we have item TTC 15.15, MM 39.50, Safer Subways, Making Public Safety a Priority and Restoring Confidence to TTC riders across Toronto. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. I'd like to propose that we consider this item along with TTC 15.5, Advancing Safety on the TTC, 2026 focus areas. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so we'll do those two items together. Next, we have TTC 15.16, Review of Subway Capacity Constraints and Infrastructure Readiness for protected major transit station areas, compliance and provincial densification mandates by Commissioner Leanne Kim, seconded by Commissioner Josh Matlow. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Next, we have TTC 15.17, requesting a 7 Bathurst Express bus by Commissioner Josh Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Diane Sachs. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Next, we have TTC 15.18, TTC pension bylaw amendments. Would anyone like to hold this item? No, seeing none. Would anyone like to speak? No. Yes, I'll move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next, we have TTC 15.19, Confidential Ombudsman Toronto Report. I will hold this item in my name for questions in confidential session. And finally, we have TTC 15.21, Coordination of Closures by Chair Jamal Myers, seconded by Commissioner Ozma Malik. Would anyone like to hold this item? No. I will move this item then. All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. Okay. That concludes the review of the order paper. Commissioners, I will, with your permission, I propose that we move into confidential session to deal with all the confidential items in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we'll go to the public portion of our meeting. That's okay? Yep. Okay. I will now read the resolution to recess as the committee of the whole. Can I have the clerk please post the resolution? That the TTC Board recess and sit as the committee of the whole to consider the following confidential items. Measures to be applied to negotiations by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, TTC 15.6, Bloor-Young Capacity Improvement Project, Platform Edge Doors and Net Zero, TTC 15.7, Fare Collection Update, labor relations or employee negotiations, TTC 15.9, TTC and CUPE Local 2 Collective Agreement Ratification, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, TTC 15.2, Chief Executive Officer Performance and Objectives. Oh, I thought we were asking questions. That's the auditor. Yeah. Yeah, okay, sorry. And we're also going to be dealing with the Ombudsman's report as well. They'll be the first item that we deal with. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. We require an in-camera discussion, and now we'll be moving into closed session. I'd ask that any TTC staff not identified as participants and members of the public joining in person today kindly leave the room. We will return to the public session and the live broadcast at the end of this session. Okay, could I please ask everyone to take their seats? I'm going to first deal with the only item we need to vote on publicly.
Yeah, because the rest have. Yeah.
No, but like of the confidential items.
Yeah, because you can't vote on the rest yet.
Okay.
Because of the whole, because of the DS. So yeah.
So, okay. So we are now back in public session. The first item that we are on is TTC 15.9, TTC and CUPE Local 2 Collective Agreement Ratification, which was considered an item. I will move the motion to adopt the recommendations and actions taken in camera. Does anybody want a recorded vote on this?
Recorded vote.
Okay. All those in, sorry.
Commissioner Ainsley?
In favor?
Bravo.
Councillor.
Bravo? Your vote in favor?
So the local 2 ratification.
Commissioner Jagdeo?
Against?
Commissioner Kim?
Against.
Commissioner Malik? Commissioner Matlow. Vice Chair Mahevic.
Favor?
Myers.
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne.
Opposed?
Commissioner Sacks.
In favor.
Motion carries. The vote is 7-3 in favor.
Thank you. Moving along, we will now go to item TTC 15.2, CEO's report, and I'll invite CEO Mandeep Lally to address the board.
Thank you, Chair. I was just checking if it was good morning or good afternoon. Just before. Good evening. Okay. So, Commissioners, I want to just begin by acknowledging the words by the Chair and the Vice Chair and build on those by publicly expressing the TTC's sympathies to the family of the late Howard Moscow, the former TTC Chair who passed away on May the 23rd. As we all know, Mr. Moscow served as Commissioner, Vice Chair, and Chair during his 14 years of service with the TTC. He served on the TTC Board from 1992 to 2006 and was Chair from 1998 to 2000 and again from 2003 to 2006. Mr. Moscow was a prominent and long-serving councillor for Eglinton Lawrence and a fierce advocate for the transit system. On the behalf of all TTC employees and pensioners, we extend our condolences to Mr. Moscow's family and friends. With that, also want to take a moment to touch upon the David Miller Car House. Last Friday, we were honoured to have former Toronto Mayor David R. Miller, along with Mayor Chow, commissioners, and TTC staff at Leslie Barnes for the official naming of Car House to David R. Miller Car House. As you're all aware, last October, this board passed a motion moved by Chair Myers, seconded by Commissioner Matlow, requesting that the car house at Leslie Barnes be named after former Mayor Miller to recognise his contribution in delivering better transit for all Torontonians. Mr. Miller also served on the TTC board from 1997 to 2003. And in 2009, Mayor Miller helped procure land for Leslie Barnes to build the new maintenance and storage facility to store the streetcars. Commissioners, prior to running through my CEO report, I'd also like to take a moment to comment upon the World Cup, as that is upon us and kicking off in Toronto next week. The TTC is, as everyone is aware, focused on providing a safe, reliable, and frequent service that allows everyone using our system to move around the city with confidence. Planning for this moment has been deliberate and detailed, with a strong emphasis on service reliability, network resilience, and real-time operational control. We'll provide further details on our World Cup plans and the customer experience enhancements in a presentation to follow shortly, post my CEO report. So moving forward with the CEO report, we move on to slide 5. In terms of standard metrics, we're looking at it from subways and looking at it from March and in reference to November when we last spoke about subways. In terms of the weekly boardings, you'll notice a couple of items which are being emphasized even greatly. Weekend boardings are growing and growing positively. And on the Saturdays, you can see it's past pre-COVID, and on the Sundays, this thereafter. So that's a real positive growth there. Slightly down on the weekdays, we can see it's -7 from November and -1 year on year. But what this doesn't reflect is the ridership for May. Actually, the boardings for May, sorry. And the results for May are a 4% year-on-year increase and further increases on the weekend, which is really positive, building on what's in front of us in March. That highlights that pre-COVID percentage is down to circa 17, 18%, which is, I believe, we haven't been there for a long time. So subway ridership, all the work that people are doing, the teams are doing to ensure the items that we're getting from the customer feedback in terms of the wayfinding, and Josh will touch upon the wayfinding when he goes through the World Cup presentation. The wayfinding, the cleanliness, and the reliability and the laser-focused force operational teams are doing on the failure rectification, the performance of are paying dividends and is pulling through on the customer boardings. That said, customer satisfaction is not improving in the manner that we would like. That said, again, based upon the customer satisfaction reports, wayfinding was one of the items at the top of the list of which we were getting feedback upon how it can improve in real time as opposed to what we have today. Again, Josh will touch upon this in terms of what we've trialing through the World Cup and in line with the ridership growth plan, that strategy that we have to take it forward in terms of the longer term plan for wayfinding. Net Promoter Score, again, is a pull through in terms of customer satisfaction. I would also add that the trends during this period are such that it is always slightly lower at this time of the year, and we'll see it pick up seasonally as well. Moving on to the next slide. So it's a busy slide, so I'll condense it very simply. In terms of, if you look at the performance on each of the lines, it has picked up post-November in terms of March. You can see the pickups on line 2 and line 4. Line 1, the pickup hasn't been as we desired. The main contributing factor to line 1 was predominantly the restricted speed zones, which impacted the headway adherence on that. Overall, you can see we did achieve the target, and I will also further add on when we go into the notes at the back end of this presentation, other key activities that we're doing to improve headway adherence and OT performance, particularly during the AM peaks and the PM peaks, where we're moving around 55+% of our customers, which is in excess of 93% during the AM and 92% during the PM. So I'll touch upon that later. In terms of the availability, you can see the pull through in terms of making the availability we have for the vehicles in order to achieve the service, which is positive. And again, the scheduled capacity, the main factor here is you can see the improvements on line 2 and line 4, but the pull through on line 1 has impacted upon the schedule capacity in that sense. Moving on quickly and swiftly to the delays. So I want to take a moment to focus on the delays in respect to what the teams have been working on. So clearly, first of all, the delays in terms of minutes have reduced. Secondly, in terms of what the actions we took from the board and the teams are working through operationally, they are also paying dividends, because the operation delays in respect to what was in November and where we are now in March and further on in May, it all trending in the right direction based upon the actions that the teams have been taken. Notably on line 1, the opto training, where we're well versed within that. And on lines 1 and 2, in terms of the joint switch inspections, the axle counter inspections, making sure those golden assets are, 1, reviewed, maintained in a manner that ensures the reliability with greater rigor and focus. And there's also a pull through in terms of some of the learnings from the previous failures. So I just want to take a moment to highlight those positives. The minutes which you see here are at high level. There's granular detail which is below there, which I'm sure you would expect from line 1, 2, and 3, and then further minutes in there in terms of broken down in terms of the activities, and that's how we get the actions. In terms of the external delays, you can see the main derivative of those drivers are still injured or ill customers or disorderly customers. We have, as mentioned earlier last week, and Betty will touch upon, with the safety, advancing safety, looking at different modes and means in what we do with how we manage ill customers and disorderly patrons accordingly. Next slide. In terms of looking at the station's elevators and escalator availability, I've also now added on the reliability perspective, because the availability does not show the true picture of the work that the teams are doing. You'll see from elevator availability that the outlier for line 2 is the main derivative of the pull down of the metric. That was predominantly driven by construction work at Victoria Park and Warden. And you can see everything else in correlation. The key aspect here is that the actions we took forward for both assets in terms of the flood sensors are now in place. That would help ensure that when the motors kick in terms of detecting flood, it will protect the assets from degrading further, which then causes the failures and the loss in time in reliability as well. So they were the main two drivers. That is working through. The teams have worked through that diligently, and now that's in practice. Again, elevator availability is 98.1, reliability, sorry. And again, the reliability for the escalators is key as well, at 97.3. Subway cleanliness score is slightly down on line 2, going by exception, but that's generally been driven by unfavorable weather conditions, which we are reviewing going forward. Again, pull through on overall in terms of the station cleanliness at the same time. We will also further on in the presentation highlight the 6 station cleanliness pilot and what was undertaken there, which drove cleanliness in the right direction with great vigor. Next slide. Again, I'll just quickly touch upon the mean distance between failures for line 1 and line 2. Again, the key teams are doing a sterling job here in keeping these numbers up. These are really world-class numbers in terms of what they do, how they maintain it, particularly on line 2, where these are circa 20-plus years old pieces of kit. They're doing a phenomenal job there. Pivoting quickly on to the Presto, you'll see the numbers for the first time, probably in a long time, haven't met target. The drivers behind that were in terms of the move into the cloud-based system. Now that completed at the end of May, and now we've got a reasonably stable system. Just add that was a first in kind where we've done something and kept the system going at the same time. So we should see these in the coming months pick up accordingly, and Fairgate availability is great, as it always has been. Next slide. Customer injury rates. Bit of a mixed story here in respect to what we have. We have positive news in terms of customer injury rate, in terms of the decrease over the 12-month rolling average, predominantly driven by falls, and also within the work that the drivers are undertaking in terms of being more mindful of. In terms of the lost time injury rate, again decrease on 12-month rolling average, annualized over 100. So positive in that, there's 10% drop in that. And if we pivot over to the offences against customers, you'll see that the numbers are trending in the right direction. Couple of drivers here. First, there was a big spike in January. These average seasonally somewhat, pivot between 70 and 80 on average. In January, there was a big spike in terms of 113 such incidents. And then when we move down to the offences against employees, these are ones which are really, we feel now that we've got the body cams as part of the FIFA going forward will really have a huge impact upon. I was just touching upon a story that came across my phone last week, which Commissioner Matlow called me upon about a young child that had gone missing. And could we review our CCTV footage in respect to before it lapsed and help the police locate this child? Actually, Michael was just highlighting that footage was captured on a body cam. So it's having huge positive impacts in terms of, and that's something that we wish no one to get lost on the system, but we can see the positivity in terms of just providing that perception of safety that if you're a parent and you're going on the system and should this occur in the worst case scenario, and I wish it never does, there's that added element of being aware that our staff do have body cams, and it does help in these situations. We're really looking forward to that. And then again, touching upon what Betty would go through in terms of the data-driven approach we're taking to how we deploy the special constables, the supervisors, the provincial offences officers to drive down the offences against customers. Moving on swiftly to the next slide. I'll start with the bottom. I'll start with the left-hand side and the performance. I touched upon it earlier in terms of what are we doing on the on-time performance, which is different now than before, because if we do what we did previously, we will get the same results. So we're driving the maintenance, we're getting the root cause quicker, and then we can also see we've narrowed how we measure performance now. We know 55 to 60%-ish of our main customers are between the AM and PM, 6 till 9 and 3 till 7. So everything, if we could be focusing on those areas with laser focus. And what we've found by doing that, we found in terms of the control center have got mitigation plans in place. Control center's tacit knowledge in terms of driving service is increasing in leaps and bounds. And you'll see on the AM, on line 1, where first of all, the results for April OTP are 93%. So each line, every single line is above 90. Second of all, the AM performance alone for line 1 was 91.6. So really going in the right direction. Line 2, even better. Line 4, even better. And then in the PM performance, again, the team are working really sterlingly. PM performance on line 1, on the PM peak, is about 96.6%. So really, really focusing on what we do, how we do it. And this comes through daily. So it's a daily metric as part of the visualization, but this visualization is emailed to all the team in terms of how we've performed on that, for that shift on the AM and the PM. So the whole organization can really reflect on what we do, how we did it, and how we're performing in terms of our customer base. Moving up in terms of ride and conventional rides, you'll see that ridership and passenger revenue are 6% and 5.5% below budget, resulting in a $13.6 million two-day budget shortfall. So there's some challenges there in terms of what we need to do in terms of ensuring we improve on the previous safety metrics and communicate that accordingly. Customer boardings, again, while we're improving on the subways, we saw from the previous months a decline on the buses, but then came back the following period and slight declines. I think it was -1, and then streetcars was flat. But in year on year is a 2% decline. A large proportion of that, there is some macro economics going on here, as well as seasonal perspective, and also the macroeconomics captures how the trips are being managed and how our customer base is changing in terms of the flexibility. We're finding they're taking a lot more shorter trips. And there's a pinch point in terms of just under about 40 minutes to 60 minutes of where we're seeing a slight dip, but we need to do further work upon that. And then again, building on the actions that are coming through in terms of the customer satisfaction report, and also the Intercept app in terms of wayfinding sits high on there in terms of what we need to do. Reliability sits on there as well in terms of what is important to a customer, all aspects which we're in the process of doing and trialing, and we will use FIFA as a test bed for that to drive that with greater vigor going forward. Next slide. This touches upon the great work, I think it was led by the chair and all the board effectively in terms of the 6-station pilot, which was started in March 2005. You can see the impact is visually on the left-hand side in terms of what it actually meant and how it was interpreted by our customers. You can see at the end, the bottom of the first second column, in terms of how the individual components of that increased as a result of doing that. And further to the right, you can see the impact upon the overall customer satisfaction improvements. Finch went up 21 points, Lansdowne, Kennedy, all significant improvements based upon this work that was done. And it was completed by Q1 this year. So a huge win in respect to what we can do when funded in the manner that we were for these particular stations. And there's 3 similar stations going to be taken forward this year, but not from a capital perspective. There's capital funds are tied to this one. In terms of the next slide, this is a quick customer safety perception update in terms of how our customers are feeling. And again, we're using the Intercept app to drive this. You can see the cohort in terms of the subjects, and you can see the results in terms of how they're feeling. So that is a good start. It also gives us an indication in terms of how the actions we take from a business in terms of what we do, how we do it, and where we do it, and how we focus with greater clarity going forward. You can see the customer safety perception scores system-wide are high in terms of 88% for subways, 91 for buses, 88 for streetcars, and 84 for stars. But again, it also picks up where the customers may indicate that they're feeling worried. And they pull through in terms of overall concerns of why they're feeling worried in terms of on board a vehicle, in particularly another person, most frequently being cited as the cause. Again, in terms of how we've deployed staff in terms of the special constables, community outreach workers, the provincial offences officers, and also the station supervisors, is all geared around the visibility in terms of how we work through each of these. And when we come back, measure ourselves accordingly in terms of what we've achieved, what we've learned, and using data to pivot and how we move forward. That was my final slide. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on the CEO's report? No? Oh, sorry. Commissioner Malik.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the report, and it was quite thorough. I'd like to just start with a question about the customer satisfaction on streetcars, since these are the mode of transportation that the majority of my residents rely on. The majority of public transit in my ward are surface routes. And I am concerned to see the numbers around customer satisfaction. Can you share a little bit more about what your understanding is behind those numbers?
Customer satisfaction is driven by, first of all, there's a couple of things here that I just want to clarify. Customer satisfaction, and as we dig into this, we find out how these are driven, and I'll refer back to Josh after I make my comments. Customer satisfaction is taken generally up their 30-day. It's 30 days post their last trip, and what you tend to find is that you overlook the positivity of any trip, and you remember the negative aspect of it. That's just a comment, just to outline. The reason we're morphing into the Intercept is a real-time perspective of the experience that we're looking at. In terms of the customer satisfaction from streetcars, predominantly, some of the key aspects that are coming through are the cleanliness perspective, in terms of what are we doing about the cleanliness perspective, the wayfinding perspective in terms of when there's short turns or diversions that are not within our control. And on those two key items, we set up special coordinated teams, and we just finished a trial which we're just extending at Spadina, where we had a coordination between Streets to Home, Toronto Crisis Community Services, Special Constables, and Provincial Offences Office, and the cleaners. So what we do is, as a coordinated team, we're picking up at certain hotspots which the data defines are potential issues. We're picking up those cars at those junctions to see what we can do. The trial has proven very successful. There's been over 100 plus folks that we've helped during that. So that's one element of it. The second element of it is, which I started with earlier, was the wayfinding perspective. The wayfinding perspective is 3 different types of wayfinding. We're trying electronical, digital, real-time, with the GTFS feeds into there that we're trialing for the World Cup, which will give you real-time information in terms of where your streetcar is, how far it is, and give you the ability to make a decision what you do next. So they're just some key elements. And I'll refer you over to Josh to just build upon.
Sorry, I think that the timer had started before I started my question, so if I can just gain my minute back on that.
We'll go to 6 minutes then.
I'll just be quick because I think Mandeep covered it through you, Chair. Just as he noted, vehicle cleanliness is one thing we hear about on streetcars that drives that satisfaction number, and he mentioned the pilot we're introducing to improve that. The other one is actually stop cleanliness, so something that's a bit outside of our purview, but something we were working with the city on. As you know, most people's perception of their transit trip doesn't start necessarily just on our property, and so often when they're waiting in the stop, that's how they perceive safety, whether it be a bus and streetcar, so seeing some of that too. And of course, with streetcar, there's always a challenge, especially with the ones that are running in mixed traffic, that impacts reliability, and our customers consistently tell us that speed and reliability is what would impact how they view their customer satisfaction on streetcars.
Okay, thank you. And if we can get the specific locations of those pilots to our offices, that would be helpful.
We do that.
Another concern that I've heard and actually experienced around the streetcar is on Bathurst, and part of the commitment on Bathurst over the last several quarters has been 6-minute service that was promised. And while I have seen the data and the numbers, as someone who uses the Bathurst streetcar at those peak times, the actual experience on the ground with the priority lanes has not been 6-minute service. Very often at those peak times, those lanes are sitting empty, and folks are building up at stops. And of course, you can understand that is also building frustration on a very important and high demand route. Can you speak to how that the data that we're seeing is not aligning with the experience of riders and causing some, very concerning frustration and the worsening of traffic rather than the improvement that we know measures like this should bring?
Okay, I'll just refer that to Josh to talk about.
Sure, I can start through you, Chair. So as you know, that we've introduced 6-minute or better service on Bathurst Street during the day. As of June 7th, that will be extended to the full day period. That's part of the World Cup board period, so that's not in place yet. So 6-minute or better will be extended into the
Sorry, I understand that the 6-minute service is at peak times, and what I'm sharing from my experience and the experience that my residents are communicating with us about is that is not actually what is happening on the ground. And it's quite obvious if you are walking, biking, driving, or taking the TTC on Bathurst. And I can see the reporting of the numbers, and that also makes me curious about how those numbers are being measured, because you just have to be there in the morning trying to get to work or trying to get around at the end of the day to know that 6-minute service is not actually being achieved.
Last question.
And just again, through the chair, the thing I was going to add was that the rapid TO lanes were installed, completed last week. So they're now fully installed now. So we expect to see our streetcars run more smoothly. That installation combined with the overhead work that was done on Bathurst, the track work that's been done on Bathurst, and Toronto Hydro work that's been done on Bathurst has impacted our ability to run consistent headways because of all that prep work largely being done to be ready for rapid TO lanes and in general for the World Cup. And so I think that's what's also impacting some of the headways that your constituents may have been seeing.
Thank you.
Sorry, so what can they expect, I guess?
That's your last question.
That's my last question. Yeah. And also, I'm not sure what the plan was to communicate any of those pieces. Again, experiencing Bathurst on a daily basis. If the rapid TO lanes weren't complete, they were definitely being experienced as complete in terms of the care that folks are taking to actually respect them without the accompanying kind of service commitments.
Thank you. Sorry, we're going to go to the next questions. You can give the answer offline because we're over time. Anybody else have questions? Councillor Bravo, Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about the annual service plan, service changes that were contemplated in our last plan. Is there going to be, if it's been shared, I apologize, but the status update on their implementation?
Pass over to you, Josh. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I'll pass it over to Tama.
Thank you. Through the chair, we are working on assessing the implementation of the remaining annual network plan changes for the Fall 1 board period, the Fall 2 board period, and reviewing any potential changes that will not be implemented for 2026. And we will be able to bring that back to the board with an update for the next meeting.
Thank you. And then to the spirit of increasing ridership, will can we, in terms of will the routes where there's crowding be prioritized in any way? How will, because we want to make sure that we're providing the service where we have the greatest growth, perhaps?
Through the chair, we're working with the strategy and foresight team, so Josh's team, to assess ridership levels on both our local routes and our express services. Also to review the recent motion for this express service on the 7 Bathurst. So a holistic review of ridership levels, crowding, as well to develop the 2027 annual service plan.
Right. So yes, I understand there's a request for express service on Bathurst, but what I would like to hear is that where there's existing crowding, will that be a driver for making decisions about where service adjustments are made, given that we are focused on growing ridership and serving existing riders and potential, not just potential riders, both as a core to our financial health, but also to deliver on our mission and mandate as set out in our ridership growth strategy objectives.
So
yes.
Just to put it very simply, we do have a crowding standard. So we'll work within that crowding standard if it exceeds the current standard based upon the information, data we get. So yeah, in answer to your question, yes.
Great. And also there is the answer, I'm not looking for a particular answer, but is there a possibility to make adjustments in the fall?
Through the chair, yes.
Great. Going back to the question of cleanliness and safety and perception, the comment that the experience starts at the stop, I think is really important. I think about the nodes in my ward that are the most challenging would be Dufferin Station, and another one is Dufferin and St. Clair with 6 takeout outlets there. But I'm wondering if there has been any conversations with transportation services and BIAs about a collaboration to ensure that there's cleaning. I think about a bus, like a bus shelter where there's just so many years of food spilt on the ground and refuse and debris that a good power wash could resolve. Has there been up to now any kind of conversations about the shared interest in having a clean kind of sidewalk and environment for where our riders are boarding? And I'm not suggesting this is TTC's exclusive responsibility, but it is a real disincentive for some people, and it gives an impression of a system that when I get on the bus is clean, but the stop is nasty.
Through the chair, I'll take a stab at that. So one of the things we've, not to scoop ourselves, but announcing on the World Cup presentation is that we're extending our partnership with the Transit app. And so one of the things that provides us is location-based feedback on what stops are problematic from a safety point of view, lighting, trees might need to be trimmed, the state and cleanliness of it. And our intent is then to work with our partners at the city to be able to prioritize where we need that deeper clean or maybe that enhanced lighting or some other safety enhancements. So that's being pulled together now, and that will be giving that to city transportation and other departments.
Fantastic. I look forward to a really nice Dufferin.
Thank you. Are there any speakers left? Any questions left? Questions? Okay.
Yes. So one of the things that we've been talking about this week is the opportunity to show the public the effort to make the TTC cleaner. Because we know that's, you saw from the 6th station pilot how much that makes a difference. And certainly the comments I get from constituents all the time is, things are dirty, even though we know a lot of effort's been going into cleaning. So is the TTC open to basically joining the TikTok revolution on cleaning and putting out, 3 one-minute videos a week showing you cleaning something? These are unbelievably popular on Instagram and TikTok. You do the work. People don't know we're doing the work. Are you open to starting that kind of public communication to show the impact of our cleaning and maintenance work?
So we do advertise in terms of the work that we have done on various platforms, as well as communicate on various incidents or initiatives that we are undertaking. We will certainly consider the TikTok request. And I'm sure the comms team are probably way ahead of me on that, and then probably doing something on it.
Through the chair, we're on every platform except that one as of now, and we're looking at that and expanding to it. But to your point, which is a really good one, we got a huge, really positive impression just by adding photos of the actual switch that's being fixed when we have a closure. Yeah. And so showing that the same way with cleaning as opposed to just saying it, we get a really good response, and so that's what drives a lot of our likes and impressions on LinkedIn and Facebook and Instagram. And maybe with some resources and alignment with the city, we'd start to look at TikTok too.
Right. My point is, we say stuff is better, but we don't show videos of someone actually cleaning it and making it better, and that's what seems to be so popular online. So like to get that happen as quickly as possible. Can you look into it?
Yes, we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. We're going to go to the ACAP presentation. And my apologies, I screwed up. I didn't realize there was a FIFA presentation. So there's going to be a FIFA presentation after the lunch break, and then we'll go to the speakers. I don't think how long is the presentation?
I could do 5 or 6 minutes if we want.
You guys okay with 5 minutes? No. So then, okay, we'll just do the FIFA presentation after lunch, but I want to get the ACAT presentation out because she's been waiting very patient. No, people need to go.
Good afternoon. Hi, this is Sophie Petrillo, Chair of ACAT.
Thank you, Sophie. Sorry, please, yes, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Good afternoon, Chair Myers, members of the board, TTC staff. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you today. I am pleased to provide you with a brief update on our March 26th meeting of the Advisory Council Committee on Accessible Transit. I believe the approved minutes from our general meeting were filed and formed part of your board materials. At our March meeting, ACAT reflected on the accessibility challenges that were experienced over the excruciatingly long and painful winter months. Members highlighted that accessibility is influenced not only by infrastructure, but especially by weather. The incredible snowfall and cold temperatures did prove to be quite the challenge for many people that were accessing accessible transit. So we are all very happy that the nicer weather has finally joined us. The committee also recognized the efforts of the TTC staff and emphasized the importance of continued collaboration to improve the system for all users. The interim head of Wheel-Trans, Pamela Watson, provided us with a great update on the Wheel-Trans transformation. Progress continues across several areas, including new technology systems for trip booking and vehicle tracking expansion of the Where's My Ride tool, continued customer re-registration as required by AOTA, and the introduction of new training materials and future vehicle upgrades. All of these initiatives are extremely important and represent great steps towards improving reliability and overall customer experience. An ACAT general meeting wouldn't be complete these days unless there was some discussion about FIFA. So as I'm sure that all of you guys are anxiously awaiting, it is coming in a few days. ACAT spent considerable time discussing accessibility planning for the World Cup. Members were encouraged by plans for increased and targeted transit service, including accessible routes and Wheel-Trans priority access, and the implementation of accessible measures to support visitors, both visitors and residents. In particular, we were advised that there's going to be a fast-tracked Wheel-Trans registration process for those visiting the city and a commitment to scheduling of last-minute trips if requested. At the same time, with respect to the FIFA planning, the committee emphasized three key priorities. Ensuring that number one is obviously ensuring that accessibility information is well integrated into public messaging and digital platforms. Number two, the need for clear, early, and accessible communication to customers, particularly regarding differences between conventional and Wheel-Trans services. It has been the committee's experience that different departments and organizations of venues don't necessarily understand the difference between conventional and Wheel-Trans services and what that means for the passengers. Finally, providing appropriate training for staff and volunteers supporting customers with disabilities. So all of those were items that we thought were very important to bring to the TTC so that work can continue on that. The ACAT subcommittees continued to advance important work. While the design review subcommittee did not meet in March, the following are some of the highlights of the work undertaken by our other subcommittees. First, our communications subcommittee continues to work to improve accessibility of TTC communications, particularly enhancements to the TTC website station pages so that screen readers are better able to navigate these pages for those who are visually impaired. And also a review of Wheel-Trans customer communications and the Access newsletter so that customers can be kept up to date on any new developments. With respect to our strategy and planning subcommittee, a great amount of time was spent reviewing the upcoming Scarborough busway project with accessibility features such as upgraded stops, loading zone, and crossings identified. Members noted the need that further refinement is needed to address wayfinding, shelter capacity, and overall design details. Finally, our Wheel-Trans operations subcommittee met and focused on operational improvements, including clarification of the reservation processes and exploration of service improvements, planning around accessibility for major venues such as Scotiabank Arena, BMO Field, and the Rogers Centre. And also we undertook a review of complaint trends to determine whether volumes and types of complaints are in line with previous years or are indicative of new or emerging issues that require some additional attention. In closing, ACAP remains committed to working collaboratively with the TTC staff to both support progress and improvements as needed. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Sophie. Does anybody have any questions? No? There's a comment, very thorough. Would anybody like to speak on the item? No? Okay, seeing no further speakers, I will move the motion to receive the ACAP minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Sophie.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thanks. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock, and we will then go to the FIFA presentation. Bring your lunch. 1 o'clock. Okay. So we are going to resume our meeting. First thing, just a bit of housekeeping. I made a mistake in the administrative inquiry. That was supposed to be a vote to receive, not referral. So could I just have a vote to open that up? All those in favor? Thank you. And then I'll move the motion to receive. All those in favor? Thank you. The next is just voting on the Ombudsman's report. All those in favor to accept the recommendations and management's response? Okay. Thank you. And now we will go to the FIFA presentation, which Josh has been anxiously waiting to give now for months.
A few months. Thank you, Chair and Board. I appreciate the opportunity to give you an update and build on what the CEO had provided through his report. I've got Michael Brewer here from the City of Toronto. Just if there's questions of the city, he can help answer those too. So it kind of scares and excites me a little bit to see 8 days on that slide, but I think the message we want to convey is that we are certainly excited. The organization is primed, ready, and excited to deliver an amazing event for the Commission and for the city. If you can just go to the next slide, Chrisanne. Of course, our vision is to deliver an exceptional experience for both FIFA World Cup visitors and everyday riders. And I think that's something to stress. We think this will be an excellent period of service, not just for those who might be going to a match or coming to visit Toronto, but for riders and customers across the city who use our system to get home and to work every day. Next slide. I promise to do this quickly. So again, just to speak and double down on us being ready to welcome the world. I like that Commissioner Jagdeo is modeling off one of our ambassador jerseys that our volunteers will be using. That you all have at your table. So first is we're ready for kickoff. What makes us ready is the amount of testing and operational planning we've been doing. And so we'll get a little more into that, but we've been planning, we've been testing, we've been double checking both our service and infrastructure, really have a focus on our customer experience. And so a lot of enhancements that are coming with the World Cup that we think our customers will enjoy for this period and we hope beyond. And the last piece is really focusing on reliability and resilience and our response times. And so something we'll touch on there. So next slide. And so this is really just a touching on kind of some of that testing and adjustments we've made over the last period to make sure our planning has been effective. If you go to the next slide. So as you know, and we've been giving updates to the board for some time, we've been doing planning for months and months, more than a year on this event. And so while that's excellent, then what we needed to do is start to test those plans. So on May 4th, we did streetcar infrastructure stress testing. On May 8th, customer journey audits, The 9th, we did a full dress rehearsal with our city partners when we had Inter Miami in town to test everything with volunteers out there. We actually mimicked responses to specific events that we had our crews respond to. We've since done other ones. And so what have we learned from that? It's validated that our capacity and service are strong, and so that's the most important thing. But we've also realized that there's adjustments we've made, right, to where staffing might be deployed and to how we respond to incidents. So the next piece on the next slide speaks to our infrastructure readiness. So great to have more service, amazing to have all of our people ready, but a lot of work has been done by people across the TTC in partnership with the city to make sure that their baseline infrastructure is ready to provide excellent service. So of course, this means the work that's been done with Rapid TO. You can see the beautiful red lanes that are there on Bathurst. They're also on Dufferin. There's been significant streetcar infrastructure work and upgrades that's happened over this last little while. We've done similar work on our subway track and signals and done tons of inspections. And of course, keeping our stations hopefully as clean as ever. Next slide. Another piece of work that was led by the city, but was critical to our operational plan, and you can see by the photo here, is done with some work to just do to add some of our Presto readers, is that the Fleet Street Transit Hub is now in place. This is a critical node, one which will be amply staffed, but this is where people will connect steps away from FanFest and then a short walk to Toronto Stadium. Next slide. Just speaking about some of the streetcar overhead and power upgrades, of course, with our streetcar grid and network being so critical to our plans, we want to make sure that the work was done to ensure that that streetcar, both on overhead and power, was going to be there for us during the event to run that extra service. And so a significant amount of upgrades have been done on the corridor to increase capacity. Next slide. And of course, to station readiness with the stations that are going to feed the event, with a special attention on Union, Young Bloor, St. George, Dufferin, Bathurst, Ossington, and King, and St. Andrew, really going to the next level to make sure that stations are welcoming and clean. So that's kind of on the service and infrastructure side. If we go to the next slide, just want to talk a bit about the match day experience and the customer experience and how we're trying to make it as clear as possible. And so you've seen this next map several times, and happy to speak or answer questions to it later, but you know it well. Just speaks to all the extra service we're adding on both north-south and east-west corridors, including new, not only express service, but shuttle service. So on Dufferin, you can take a shuttle bus in your priority lanes that take you right from Dufferin Station right to the end of the line at the exhibition loop. So lots of service available. Next slide, please. And the service doesn't stop if your partying has not. And so we're making sure that we are leveraging our extensive Blue Night network, and that includes keeping higher service frequencies and levels on surface routes. And on later match days, or on FIFA FanFest days that go later, we would be extending subway service just to accommodate and to be certain that we can cover those who want to revel across the city. And beyond service, you'll see on the next slide, we're also making sure that our customers who are coming on our vehicles or on our stations know that the World Cup is on. So we've got a specially designed World Cup motif that you see. We have it in all languages for the teams that we're welcoming, and then other languages. And then we have some other ones that play on our Where TO program that you've all seen that really focus on the communities that we're welcoming with the nations that we anticipate will be here. And so this is going to be seen online, on the system, social media, et cetera, to provide a real welcoming feel to our customers and our visitors. Next slide. As we dress up our system, there's also a ton of communication that's been happening. And so on all the platforms, maybe not yet TikTok, we've been pushing out our readiness and kind of conveying to our customers all the work that's been done. Also, just to give information around how to get around the city, how to use the system. And then on top of that, doing a lot of messaging to our employees too. We've got 18,000 people that have really stepped up to deliver this event. So we want to make sure that we're communicating to them and also getting excitement going. On the next slide, you'll see kind of some of the things that we're doing specifically to enhance the customer experience. So of note, We're introducing e-paper stop displays, and through a pilot program, you'll now have dynamic information if you're not someone who uses your phone for journey mapping at 75 different stops or stations where you have that dynamic information that will tell you when your next bus or streetcar is coming or give you service alerts. So that's been rolled out for the World Cup. And that's a pilot that will continue beyond the World Cup that we hope our customers will respond to and we can refine and improve on. We're refreshing our onboard screens on our buses and vehicles to provide more helpful customer-friendly information. We are introducing a new pilot at Dufferin Station with something called NaviLens, which is intended to support customers who are blind or have low vision. And the last thing I want to mention is that we are extending an agreement with the transit app so that will be available to customers. And whether you're coming for World Cup or you're just a Toronto resident, there'll be benefits from you being able to use that system to help with wayfinding across the city. The other really exciting piece of what we're doing for World Cup and has begun to roll out, you'll see on the next slide, as you know, the board approved a new wayfinding strategy. Part of that strategy, one of the key elements to it, was numbering exits at stations. So you can see from the photos on the screen at St. George, Bloor, Union, King, Dufferin, and Bathurst, those exits are now numbered. And so helps you for in-person wayfinding, but also that will be adopted by the wayfinding apps to help give you that direction there. And then the next slide just gives you a sense of the look and feel of how we're trying to dress up our stations to match what the World Cup and FIFA's looks like, but also the City of Toronto's wayfinding and dressings that you'll see throughout the city. Lastly, to make sure that our system is as welcoming as can be, and many of these initiatives had already been underway, but I think timely to remind people of them. We've got our special constable team unit that we're introducing as a bike unit that will be available, increased uniform presence of all kinds across our stations. As mentioned earlier, the body-worn camera pilot continues to roll out past special constables, now into station staff, and even piloting some drone technology at Fleet Hub just to help us manage crowds and incidents potentially there. The last piece we want to kind of touch on is this notion about reliability and resiliency and how we've been testing this. So, of course, excited to know that not only will it be rapid transit taking advantage of corridors on Bathurst and Dufferin, but we also have enhanced some of the transit priority on King Street. King is going to be a critical corridor for the World Cup. Because of the board's direction, we've of course added transit signal priority across the city, line 5 and 6, which got a lot of attention, but that's also happening across the downtown, and some restrictions on curbside use to make sure that King and Dundas are moving well. And the next slide just kind of gives you an overview and a map. You've seen it, that highlights where transit priority will be in the city. Next, I just want to talk quickly about match day response. And so what we've done is an extreme amount of planning around how we can be better to cite, better to fix when things might happen. And so we've done and assessed and have plans for work we're going to do before the event, during, and obviously around our incident response. And I just want to, if we can go to the next slide, highlight what the approach we've taken around incident response is that we've broken down the city really into zones. And if you can see the one closest, and it's highlighted on the map, around the FIFA Fan Fest and Toronto Stadium is where we have the most rapid response teams. And so we've positioned resources, people, tools, and technology accordingly so that we can have a response there quickly. The key to all of this, though, is we have done it in a way that we're not going to lose our ability to respond in other parts of the city. It's an incredibly busy summer, as always, in Toronto, and we want to make sure that we're able to do that. And the last slide is just some nice photos of our team, who I've got to commend because so many people at the TTC have been doing unbelievable work to get this together. And as I said, we're ready and we're feeling excited to welcome the world.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions on the FIFA presentation? Vice Chair and Councillor Bravo? No. Okay.
Yes, thank you. And you know what? I think Toronto's really kind of getting excited about what's coming starting next week. You can kind of feel it as you travel downtown with all the vehicles fixing this and. But I think it's not a but, it's and. I think what the only thing that I think is out there that we need to be conscious of, not so much in terms of additional work, but letting it out there, is the legacy. We've had many a grand international event here in the city of Toronto, and my sense is that very often party's done, great, had a great time. Oh, now what? And then the bill comes and you say, okay, was this really, all those kinds of questions I think can happen. So I'm wondering, not so much, you don't need to articulate what the legacy will be, but it does need to be articulated. That we had the games, they were great, and look what we got out of it afterwards. Is there any thought? There been any thought giving on how that kind of is communicated out? And, I'm thinking the station upgrading, dedicated lanes, wayfinding systems. Those are all legacy things that's helped the system as a whole over the long term.
Through the chair, I saw the CEO chuckle because he has been laser focused on making sure that we do report back on that, not only report, but capture the learnings and that legacy. So that work has actually already begun. So we have baselines against which for each of these areas, we have outcomes that we're striving towards and establishing baselines against that. So we are capturing that. We will report out on it, and it's something that we would be keen to share as lessons learned in some of the legacy. I think a lot of that will be performance focused, of course, and that's what I think the board and customers will care about. But as much of it is also part of how do we conduct our business better? What have we learned about how we can provide excellent service, whether it's for a World Cup or just on an average Wednesday. And so that work's begun, and that's something that we'll be reporting back out on to the city, as our funder and shareholder, but also I assume to the board. And I don't know if...
Okay, that works for me, noting that evaluation is a little different than legacy, but they can be married together in a single report.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Commissioner Osborne?
I'm on the website right now looking at, so first thing you see is Big FIFA, and so you can click in, which is good, so no one has to dig for it. I'm wondering about planning the route. The first line that is offered there, it says use the TTC's online trip planner. Is that still based only on schedule as opposed to real-time?
So through the chair, so yes, one of the reasons why we are partnering with the transit app and going to be pushing that out is we want as many people as possible, and they've got good uptake in the city, so we know a lot of our customers are using it, to be using those types of tools too that are just much more dynamic than saying having to go to our site. And so we anticipate that there'll be a huge uptake there. Part of the agreement is that they're, and I forget, I think it's what the service is called, but you're going to get it for free as part of the initial agreement between the TTC and transit. And so it'll be a way for people to kind of get more real time. One of the things they've introduced is AI detected diversion in their tool. So regardless of what's scheduled, say on a streetcar, if it diverts 3 times in a row, it now knows that that's now no longer running on the scheduled. And so it's some of those elements that I think are going to be enhanced there. So we will have a basket of tools. We'll have increased signage. We'll have people everywhere. The shirt that Commissioner Jagdeo is wearing, you'll have hundreds of TTC volunteers also wearing those around the system. So between people on the ground, our more traditional wayfinding tools on the website and others, and then with the app, we think that people are going to have a really good experience navigating the system.
So I use that transit app, thanks to you, all over the world, by the way, with much success. I would submit it is a bit buried in the layout of the options that face people. There's a long explanation. If you're here, you can, if you need to get to Union, you can do this or that. I just think for the people who don't know what Bathurst Station is, you're saying, to get from the airport to Bathurst, if you need to get to Bathurst Station, it assumes a lot of knowledge that at a minimum I don't think visitors would have. that app is really good, that we put it up there so that it's a simple one-stop solution that works for everybody, whether they know the city or not.
And through the chair, totally agree, and kind of scooping ourselves, but that will be kind of a bit of the announcement we'll be making later today. That will, and that will be more prominent.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Bravo, Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you. My colleagues already asked a couple of my questions. So I wanted to go back to the question of cleanliness. I see that you were showing a station. The perception, for example, of like Lansdowne Station has people nice and bright, and there's a lot of work that's been done. Ossington constantly getting clean. Dufferin has a different use, and it's at the core of this of this zone. Is there an opportunity for an acceleration of the collaborative effort that I had asked about earlier, where transportation services, the BIAs, the two BIAs meet at Dufferin and Bloor, TTC, and the FIFA moment to do a deep cleaning of that intersection, perhaps even involving the developers, Fitzrovia and Hazelview, who are creating a lot of, they're building a massive development, and some other things, like there's pigeon feeding in this area, and I would hate for there to be a perception that the station itself and the platforms are dirty because of what people are seeing at the intersection. And so I would love to collaborate on that. And do you see that kind of opportunity rising to the top ahead of the arrival of our visitors and the teams?
Through the chair, yes. Just kind of having a sidebar with Michael here at City Transportation, who's kind of nodded and agreed. And I would say that clearly those are some of the key nodes we want to make sure are looking its best. And so happy to work with you and your office on.
Excellent. And we would involve MLS in that as well, with some work that we'll be doing with them. I'll take that as a commitment. No, and I just think it's, I appreciate the attention to the question of evaluation. So you're, just to summarize if you could repeat what you answered before, is that there are a lot of interventions that have been moved up and things that we have been, that you've been directed to do in the past, that you're trying in relation to this particular concentrated effort to improve service. Is that correct?
That's correct. And a perfect example would be our wayfinding strategy, right? Like it's been much talked about, a lot of good work went into it, and then now it's actually rolling out. And that's something that we think will be a forever investment beyond those kind of 39 or 40 days.
Great. And final question is around Rapid TO. I moved the motion to create a working group with residents that includes transportation services and TTC. But there are some questions that come out of there that I hope that we'll have answers to on the other side of FIFA in particular. One that I've raised before is just resident concerns about the problem of not having car traffic and buses exceeding speed limits. Will there be an opportunity for us to get some information out of that as well?
Through the chair, yes. I appreciate you understanding when I was shocked to hear about buses on Dufferin moving too fast, but we take that concern seriously, and as part of the reporting out that the city will be doing on this for 2 years after the kind of, I think, with installation being official kind of this week, there'll be 2 years of that reporting on all those measures to see how transit's obviously performing, but what the impacts on the street and driver behaviors are in general.
Thank you. And very narrow sidewalks on Dufferin, so
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I just have a few. So I'm sure you heard there was a truck that took down a number of the streetcar wires this morning. Was that in the FIFA fan zone on King and Jefferson, I think, or King and...
I don't think it was at the Fan Fest.
It wasn't in the it wasn't in that zone.
Through the chair, it was at Atlantic Underpass, which is King and Dufferin.
King and Dufferin. So is that in the zone?
I don't believe that's part of the fan zone, right?
No, that would be kind of further
okay.
King.
Okay.
South. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then I didn't see anything in the presentation, but just confirming, are the iPads going to be rolled out?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, we're currently right now at 25. I think the intention is to have, sorry, I correct that, I believe we're at 40 now, and the intention is to get to 50 by FIFA.
FIFA, and can you just explain what the iPads, what the purpose of those are?
Yeah, so in the traditional way of doing things, if someone had a question or concern, through the chair, if someone had a question, they would come up to a CSA, and a CSA would literally have to pull out a map and kind of lay out the, what the route would be. One person was really crafty and actually took a TTC service map and laminated and was able to write on it with a whiteboard, with a white marker. The CSAs now with the tablets will be able to actually play this all out on a tablet, and the beauty of the tablet also comes with a translator. So the idea there will be that you can actually communicate with someone from, let's say, outside the country that maybe English isn't a first language. So this is a trial that we're doing, but we've got it targeted in particular zones with pretty good preliminary success.
Great. And then I guess with the escalator and elevator maintenance, are you going to have staff on site for those stations in the event that the escalator or the elevator goes down?
Through the chair, yes, that's part of Josh's reference, a standby crew ready to respond within 10 minutes. And that part of that's also contractor as well, because the contractors maintain and respond to our elevators.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I guess just to go back to the general CEO's report, in the last, I believe it was this last meeting or 2 meetings ago, I had asked about putting the date for restoration of escalator and elevator services on the signs when they say that they're out of order. And I see that has not yet been implemented. Do we have a timeline as to when, or is that something staff are still working on?
Through the chair, what we have done, Chair, is we haven't actually posted the sign yet, but there's a QR code, and the QR code will allow someone to scan their phone and be able to give you the actual date that the elevator is coming back or the escalator is coming back in service.
Got it. Okay. And then also just to pick up on where I think Commissioner Malik was asking, so I'm just looking at the customer satisfaction, 64% subway, 64% bus, 57% streetcar. And in particular on the subway, do we know why the subway is, I think it's a 12-point drop year over year when we've seen our on-time performance improve by, I don't have the number in front of me, but there was a significant, about an 8% improvement year over year. Do we know what's driving this drop?
Yeah, so I think if you look at November versus, through the chair, if you look at November versus March, one of the big things, I think Mandeep mentioned, that has caused the drop in, when you say drop in terms of delay.
Customer satisfaction.
Oh, customer satisfaction. That one.
On-time performance has improved.
Yes.
But customer satisfaction has dropped. I'm just wondering.
I'll refer that to Josh. Go ahead.
So through the chair, part of it is like we work with a rolling average. And so I think it's kind of someone's reflecting that, where that kind of follows through. And so if we look at kind of our month to month, we're seeing it increase. It's not where we need it to be, but it's the same things you would have heard before around safety, cleanliness, and of course, reliability has been good, so we're hearing less of that. But the other ones are still factors that influence that score.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for me. Any other speakers on this? Seeing none, I will move the motion to receive the report. All those in favor?
Hold on. Sorry, this is CEO's report.
Yes.
I had one comment that I wanted to make.
You want to speak or ask questions?
No, comment. Speak.
Speak? Okay. So we're doing 3 minutes, remember.
Oh, I will need less. If you just a moment, I just want to get out a note. Thank you. So as you all know, recently there was a 14-year-old girl from North York who went missing. And there was a citywide search led by the police and the Shomrim and community members who were very concerned about Estee's safety and well-being. And in the midst of this, as the investigation continued, I was contacted by a friend of the family's who was representing the family at the time. made a request made a few requests of the TTC for support for the investigation. I reached out to the chair, Jamal Myers, and as many senior staff as I could over, at a late hour and over the weekend to seek support. One of the requests was to capture video, surveillance video, before I understand it gets erased over at the end of 72 hours, and work with the police on that. What I want to acknowledge is that there were not only senior staff, but also other members of the TTC family that responded incredibly well. I want to acknowledge our CEO, Mandeep Lally, who not only followed up soon after, but also engaged Michael Atlas, who worked tirelessly to ensure that that support was provided. Also, Josh Cole, who responded immediately and put steps into action to support this effort as well. I also want to acknowledge transit control, video services units, and station staff. And if there's anyone else that I've just failed to remember to acknowledge, please add. Josh, is somebody else that you wanted to?
Rich Wong, Jamal Richardson, Nicole Ellers, and lots of and special constables were fantastic.
I appreciate you saying that. And, frankly, this was a team effort in the TTC, to support ensuring that if there was any footage that could be retained and protected to support the investigation, that it was. And it eventually did lead to finding Esty. And Esty is now back with her family. And I just wanted to acknowledge the very human response from all members of the TTC team to this very urgent matter. And I want to commend you for acting so swiftly and with such loving care. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay. Thank you very much for saying that, Commissioner Mallow. Okay, with that, I will move to receive the CEO presentation. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Okay. So next we are on TTC item, TTC 15.4, presentation, Indigenous wayfinding on the TTC from Cameron Stewart. Oh, nice to see you, Cameron. For a little background, Cameron was part of the first cohort of Indigenous fellows at the City of Toronto. We have fellowships for various students to come learn about City Hall, and they have to do a project at the end of the year. And Cameron's project was, and I had actually suggested to him, is it possible that we could incorporate some of our Indigenous knowledge in the TTC's updated wayfinding strategy? And this was based on a comment from Vice Chair Mihevik when we were discussing this. So this is why Cameron's here today. So nice to see you, Cameron. Go ahead. Speak into the, turn on the mic.
Is on? Okay.
Great.
Thank you for that introduction, Chair. Thank you for the background as well. So good afternoon, TTC Board, everyone else in attendance. As the Chair said, my name is Cameron Stewart. I was an Indigenous Fellow in Chair Meyer's office from October of last year until May of this year. And yeah, throughout the course of my fellowship, one of the things I was working on was this project here about how we can introduce Indigenous wayfinding strategies into the TTC's overall wayfinding strategy. And I already had the chance to present this project to some TTC staff, and it was an honor that was well received enough that I was now given the chance to present to the TTC Board. And so before we get into the presentation, I'd like to say that, yeah, I've seen what the TTC has done at the 6 pilot stations for the FIFA, and it's very, this kind of innovation from the TTC is something very, very good. I think it's the transit that you guys provide to millions of people every day. Makes me proud to call myself a Torontonian. And I hope that the project could stay beyond FIFA, not only because it improves the customer experience for all members of all users of the TTC, but also because it would pair well with my idea here. So we could get into it right now. Next slide. Thank you. So yeah, some background information. In October 2025, the TTC Board adopted a new wayfinding strategy. As part of that wayfinding strategy, the TTC Board also adopted the signage and wayfinding standards document. The TTC recognizes that wayfinding is about removing barriers to movement, whether cognitive, physical, linguistic, or emotional, and enhancing the overall transit experience for everyone, regardless of familiarity with the system or the city. And so it's with this framework that I developed my proposal. Next slide. So yeah, the strategy intends to transform the TTC's wayfinding from a static signage approach into a dynamic, multisensory, and integrated experience. Be rooted in customer-centric design and eliminate barriers to navigation, ensuring that every rider, regardless of familiarity or ability, can travel with confidence and ease. And again, these are all thoughts I kept in mind when I developed my proposal. Next slide. Next slide. So yeah, when navigating our system, one of the biggest problems our riders have is finding the correct exit once they reach their destination station. Navigation apps recommend that customers take the north entrance, which is neither identified this way in existing signage and is not immediately visible when exiting a subway vehicle. Most stations have more than one exit, which causes customer confusion about which precise exit leads them to their destination point. Systems around the world, like the MRT in Singapore, pictured to the right, use numbers to identify exits and use acronyms to identify different lines. For example, in this picture, you can see TE equals the Thompson East Coast Line. Other systems, like the DMRC in New Delhi, use color-coded footprints and transfer stations that guide passengers to their desired lines. Whereas the TTC has opted to use a combination of numbers and colors to represent information about lines to customers, and numbers and letters to identify different routes and direction. So as you can see, this creates a unique problem for the TTC when figuring out how to identify different exits because they've already used numbers and letters, so this can create customer confusion. The wayfinding strategy in the signage and wayfinding standards document is silent on how to improve wayfinding for exits and does not provide any standards for the design of exit signage. So that's why I'm here. We're going to solve this problem. So what are our primary objectives? First of all, we're going to improve the customer wayfinding experience. Secondly, we want to reduce rider confusion through stress reduction, which is achieved by improved cognitive mapping methodologies. Wayfinding matters most when people are rushed, lost, or confused, and images and stories are better remembered by people than letters or numbers, especially in high-stress situations like at transit stations. And thirdly, we're going to decolonize how people orient themselves. We're going to show Indigenous knowledge as infrastructure, not ornament. So the primary focus of this is the wayfinding, but with that being said, there's still a way to integrate this with a deeper connection to the Indigenous people, as I will demonstrate in a few slides. Next slide. Our solution. So what can we learn from Indigenous wayfinding? Indigenous navigation historically relied on a few things. First of all, landmarks. Landmarks are more intuitive for people navigating an unfamiliar system than abstract place names or numbers. And this was shown in numerous studies. For example, landmarks are frequently cited at reorientation points. For example, people prefer to hear the directions turn right at the statue rather than go 200 meters east and turn right. And secondly, Indigenous navigation also relied on stories, relationships, and meaning, not abstract grids. So a navigation system with a deeper meaning builds a more welcoming, human-centered environment, reducing stress, thereby enhancing the brain's cognitive capacity to navigate effectively. This was also shown in several studies. For example—
Sorry, Cameron, just 1 second.
Yep.
Sorry, if you're having a conversation, could you please go outside? We can hear you. Thanks.
Thank you. So yes, stress, it increases our reliance on familiar routes during navigation. This is exemplified in transit stations, as I mentioned before. They're high-stress environments. When people are stressed, they rely even more on simple, recognizable landmarks. Next slide. So what is our strategy? Indigenous placemaking as wayfinding. What we'll do, we'll have each major exit be assigned a unique animal icon used consistently across signs, wall markings, and architectural elements. We will have animals function as the primary landmarks. Landmarks are the foundation of our wayfinding concept. We're replacing generic signage with memorable visual anchors, which align with how humans actually think and navigate. And most importantly, the animal icons are inspired by the 7 grandfather teachings. Next slide. So what are the 7 grandfather teachings? They're a guiding set of Anishinaabe principles, each with a corresponding animal. You have love with the eagle, respect with the bison, bravery with the bear, truth with the turtle, honesty with the raven, humility with the wolf, and wisdom with the beaver. Next slide. So what will this look like in the transit app? All of the animals from the 7 grandfather teachings have a Unicode equivalent that is displayable in an app. Thus, the animal corresponding with each exit could be displayed to commuters when using a transit app. You can see all their corresponding Unicodes in the middle of your screen, and on the right we have a mock example of what the transit app would look like with the turtle exit. Next slide. So yeah, this is my idea of what you would see once you exit the subway vehicle at Queen Station. So you can see, you would see 2 signs. First of all, going to the left, you would see the turtle, bear, and wolf exit along with the Eaton Center logo. And then to the right, you'd have the eagle, beaver, and bison exit. And as you can see, I've also integrated this with the current strategy that the TTC is using at the FIFA stations by numbering each exit. So each animal has a corresponding number exit as well. Next slide. And now we're walking towards the Eaton Center. So walking along with you on the wall, you also have the turtle, bear, and the wolf. And so this was my idea to circle back about what I was talking about before, about how we can integrate this to have a deeper connection to Indigenous people. It is this. So the TTC has a lot of empty wall space, both in pretty much every station. So my idea was to have on the wall closest to its corresponding animal exit, you can have art from a local Indigenous artist be displayed with a more artistic example of the animal. And then nearby the art, you can have a little decal that explains exactly what you're looking at. And if they want to find out more information about it, they can go to the TTC website. Next slide. So yeah, they're walking up the stairs there. You'll see up on the sign above you, the turtle, bear, and wolf exit. Next slide. And now in the concourse there, you can see the bear exit to the left and the turtle exit to the right. Next slide. And now we're inside the Eaton Center. We're looking at the exterior of the exit. You have the bear exit with the sign pointing down. Next slide. And now we're outside the turtle exit, and as you can see, this is also an accessible exit. Next slide. And now we're back in the concourse. You can see the interior of the wolf exit. Next slide. And the exterior of the wolf exit on Yonge Street. Next slide. And now at the other side of the station, you have the eagle exit, number 4. Next slide. And the exterior of the eagle exit as well. Next slide. The interior of the bison exit. Next slide. The exterior of the bison exit. Next slide. The interior of the beaver exit. Next slide. And the exterior of the beaver exit. Next slide. So yeah, this is my idea of what the decals could look like with little explainers about, you can have the local artwork either in these decals or you can have explainers about what the artwork means. Next slide. And some additional benefits of the proposal. So it's scalable and consistent. It'd be relatively easy to replicate this across multiple stations, because that is my idea, to have this across as many stations as is feasible. It's non-disruptive. It doesn't disrupt with the current wayfinding strategy. Rather, it acts as another layer. It enhances the overall wayfinding strategy. There's precedent. Other stations or other systems exist in other stations across the world. It's accessible. It reduces the cognitive load for everyone. And it's relatively low cost to have decals and markings on the floor and the walls. Next slide. Then in conclusion, so just to wrap everything up, every TTC station rests on Indigenous land. Using the 7 grandfather animals together with numbers isn't a rebrand. It's a long overdue acknowledgement built into the infrastructure itself. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, questions?
Well, first of all, thank you for this presentation. It's great. I really like the concept. I like the way you've made it so appealing to us, and so visual.
Thank you,
Are there
Councillor.
any other Canadian transit systems that are already using this?
So nothing exactly like this. The closest system would be in Vancouver, where they have Indigenous names beneath the names where you would see, for example, like Bathurst Station, there would be an Indigenous name for what the people called Bathurst Station in that station.
I
but
don't think
nothing
that
like.
would reduce the cognitive load for most people.
No, yeah, you're right.
So if I think about the Spadina station in my ward, and we've made a real effort to increase the visibility of Indigenous iconography and culture in that area, and we have the 3 different exits all in different directions. What would it cost to do this? What do you think?
So as far as what it costs to have the station do my idea specifically, or versus just
Well, I'm thinking, let's start with your idea. It's an interesting idea, but to do it in a way that's durable, stands up to the kind of vandalism that the TTC receives all the time, and that would be clear enough for people. Have you got any sense of the cost?
Not exactly. I know that the TTC allocated, it was $140 million for the entire wayfinding strategy over 10 years. So my thinking was that it would not be a significant increase onto that, but I don't know what it would cost per station now.
Okay. Well, listen, anyway, thank you very much for the thoughtfulness and for the idea. I know we have it at the City Hall parking garage.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to ask the TPA if people get lost less in that garage than if there were numbered exits. I don't know the answer, but it's a really good suggestion. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Vice Chair Mahavik.
Just a quick question. Thank you for the presentation. Did you, is this you, or has it gone through, say, an Indigenous process, something like the city's Indigenous Advisory Committee? I think it's named something like that.
So I had a couple Microsoft Teams meetings with TTC representatives in the diversity department, but beyond that, that was just bouncing ideas off of each other. For the most part, it was 95% me.
So do you think it would be a good idea for us also to include them in a conversation if we were to carry this forward?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Anyone to speak? Oh, sorry. No, keep speaking. I will just say very briefly, I thought this was such a great presentation and we loved it in our office. And we're glad that you got to share it with us. So nice to see you again.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cameron. So we will go to deputations now. So you can, And first we have Daniel Tate. Just a reminder to the deputants, we have 3-minute deputations today due to the number of issues that we've been dealing with.
Okay, thank you. With all due respect to Mr. Stewart, I speak for a lot of people, and when I say I think this idea is silly and is not logical. No transit system in the world adopts animal pictures for wayfinding. I've been to the Hong Kong system, Singapore, Seoul, the Paris Metro, the London Tube, New York, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody does animal pictures for wayfinding. Why? Because there's already a great global standard. It's called alphanumeric. With the use of numbers and letters, people can easily find the north entrance, the south entrance, the east, or the west. So, I appreciate the thought, but we have much, much bigger problems here at the TTC than to put pictures of turtles, bisons, elephants, beavers, and whatever other genuses or species that may be a part of Cameron Stewart's school project. What are some of the issues?
Sorry. Whoa. No, this was not a school project. This was a project in a fellowship.
Project.
Yeah, we're not disparaging people
I'm not
here.
disparaging. I'm just saying.
That was disrespectful, so keep it on the presentation.
Your fellowship project.
Not the individual.
I stand corrected. Your fellowship project. That's irrelevant. The bottom line is, why are we talking about decolonizing wayfinding? Like, what does that even mean? We have stations that don't even have working escalators or elevators. We have stations that don't have bathrooms. We don't need to decolonize the TTC. This is not what taxpayers who fund this entire operation want. This is not what TTC riders want. If we start, quote unquote, decolonizing the way people orient themselves, does that mean we're gonna have hourly land acknowledgements on the PA system? So we're looking for some clarity here. Here's the bottom line. Wayfinding, as I said, there's already some global standards. It's alphanumeric. Adding silly, confusing animal pictures is not going to help people, and it's just going to make our system look less world-class than it already is. And frankly, it's going to add more rider confusion, and it's going to look odd. My suggestion is that we not listen to whatever the diversity department says, and let's focus on delivering a high-quality, reliable, safe transit system. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? No? Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions of staff on this? Councillor Bravo, and then Commissioner Sachs.
In terms of the feedback that transit riders have provided over the years, is it a challenge, as many of us have experienced, to remember what line the number represents, particularly for tourists?
Through the chair, no, we have not received that feedback, and the exit numbering exercise is by zone, and that's why they're letters, so it doesn't confuse that with the line numbers.
So people need to know that the bluer line is line 2. But is there been any feedback about the fact that it could just be called they used to be called the Young University line and the bluer line, and then people kind of knew because they could orient themselves? Has that feedback been provided at all?
Through the chair, I'm nostalgic for those names too, but the convention certainly has moved away from that. So the convention would be the end terminus being what you would orient towards, or colors or numbers of lines.
Is that convention an international standard, or is that convention of the TTC?
It would be an international standard. And as we increasingly have lines that don't move north-south or east-west, that's why that often is adopted.
Particularly when underground, is it, for me, it is challenging if I'm going to a new place and I take transit all over the city every day, as you saw at the beginning of this meeting. And it's difficult to know underground whether I'm going east or west, unless you have a compass. So, or you're following directions that are in digital directions. So is there a challenge here between the analog wayfinding and the digital wayfinding that is generated out of having an app and being able to have data, which not everybody has?
Through the chair, it's a fair point, and that's why we're updating, as part of our wayfinding strategy, not just our digital tools, but our analog tools. And so you'll see signage, and what we're going with is kind of a mix of international standards where we'll have cardinal directions, so east to Kennedy. And so we'll have both of those, say, on line 2. Customers repeatedly tell us and other transit systems direction is not as important to them, because as I said, many lines in the world don't only travel east, west, or north, south. They want to know what the next stop is and what the end stop is. And so that's why you even see new maps we've introduced on lines 1 and 2. The line 1 map now is a horizontal map, because the customer feedback we repeatedly get is people want to plan their trip and feel comfort in their journey, knowing what the next stop is, not necessarily if they're going north or south.
And do you regard the presentation that we just saw as an example of creative thinking that allows us, this isn't necessarily a staff person directing, asking the board to direct a decision today? Do you regard and welcome, as we've had other presentations from experts or community members who have done a lot of work in making suggestions for how we can think more expansively about how the human learning, the adult brain can navigate systems better?
To the chair, Toronto has a robust number of transit enthusiasts, and we welcome all of that feedback and those ideas.
My final question has to do with landmarks. There is a very intuitive comment that was made by the fellow who has brought this thoughtful presentation forward, which is that people tend to think about specific landmarks to orient themselves, particularly if they're not, very familiar with the grid of a particular part of the city in the formerly 6 amalgamated cities, and the fact that we are the transit hub for the entire region. Even people from Barrie are taking our transit system on the daily. So is that something that we can take away?
Yeah, through the chair, landmarks and placemaking is a big part of how people kind of use their wayfinding. And would be like, say, an art installation would be a perfect example of that. I would speak personally. As a kid, I knew I was at Maple Leaf Gardens because of the mural at the College Station. And so I would just distinguish, though, numbered station exits are different from placemaking or landmarks. And so we do think landmarks are valuable, and we know our customers cite these things around our network that already exist as those placemaking landmarks. That's a bit of a different tool than, say, a number, alphanumeric or any kind of station numbered system.
We don't need a binary conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, thank you. My questions are along the same line. With all the customer research that you've done, have you had any indication from that research that customers would find adding something like an animal visual would make it easier for them to find their exits than just a number?
The overwhelming feedback we've received is that we need to number our exits. And so the strategy that this board approved had us proceed on that, and that's why the 6 stations are already done, and the plan is to continue to do that. The trick is that we do that by zone. Some stations have 9 and 10 exits, and so we want to lay breadcrumbs. So you're going to the A exits, and then there would be maybe 1, 2, or 3 that branch off of that. That's difficult to do with a visual as opposed to something alphanumeric. So that's why we adopted that international standard. But with the feedback we've heard is, please number your exits. It helps us in person, and it helps us on our apps.
Have you received any feedback that in addition to numbering, we need something else?
We have not of that in particular, but as I said, we're always open to feedback. But the wayfinding strategy was developed over a couple of years with lots of research from our customers and through international standards. And why we recommended was the alphanumeric was kind of for some of the reasons I pointed out.
Okay. And if we think particularly about Spadina Station, where we're already putting in Indigenous iconography in the tunnel, we've got an Indigenous community in the area. If we were to adopt this idea as a pilot project at Spadina, could you, if you don't know now, could you get me an estimate of what it would cost?
Yeah, I think Spadina is a really good example of how placemaking can augment traditional wayfinding, where you might meet near a statue or a piece of art. I think for Spadina, it would be about $540,000.
To do this as well. Okay, that's out of my range. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Chair Mahavik? Sorry, did you ask questions on this already?
I didn't.
Oh. No, you asked. Sorry, you asked the presenter. Okay, sorry.
Recognizing that we're all different in terms of how we take in information. Some people are good at numbers. Some people like words. Some people like pictures. I suspect that as you're younger, you probably will get into the pictures a little better than the numbers or the words. Can we not combine a alphanumeric with a pictorial signs? Is that a possibility as suggested by the presentation?
I mean, through the chair, we take direction from the board, of course. The reason that went with alphanumeric and why it's not combined with visuals is because of the nature of many of our stations. Because we have multiple exits in certain zones, that's why the alphanumeric is used. And so again, I'll use an example where at, say, King Station, you go to zone A, and then there's further exits numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4 off of that. To combine animals into that, we just would have to figure out how that would work. But why we recommended what we have and have proceeded to introduce it is just because it's kind of the international standard that has been kind of deemed by most to be the simplest of all and the most, I would say, translatable across different languages or despite different languages and approaches. And so that's why we landed on that and recommended it.
Okay, but the approach here suggested that, let's say it's a bear one. So, you know, if you're going to TIFF, you go to King Station, you need to take the exit bear. Some people will say bear, some people will say one.
So I think
I don't see any downside.
So the King example is just so we would have A1, A2, A3 at say one exit. Then you would have B1, B2, B3 at another. And so it works that way. That's the system that we're using. So you would be replacing the letter or number with an animal.
Or including.
Or I guess including.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I just have one question. So I'm just looking at the city's 2022 to 2032 Reconciliation Action Plan. And under action item 16, celebrating Indigenous arts and culture, it has here the Economic Development and Culture Division will collaborate with the Strategic Communications and Local Indigenous Communities, Greater Toronto Airports Authority, Ports Toronto Metrings, TTC, and other entities as appropriate to develop a series of cultural events and campaigns, including but not limited to public art displays at major transportation hubs that promote Toronto as a vibrant, culturally rich Indigenous community through a high-profile campaign, visible signage and displays, and public education initiatives. Have we ever done something like that?
Through you, Chair, before my time, so I'm not sure. I think the one thing that Commissioner Sachs mentioned is that we are adding Indigenous art in stations like that example and have some that exists in stations. So that's what I do know has happened, but I can't speak to that specific initiative.
You can't speak to that. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Any speakers? Commissioner Kim, and then did I see another one? Just Commissioner Kim? Go ahead. Commissioner Kim, then Commissioner Osborne.
I have to say, I agree with the deputant who spoke that we do have far more pressing priorities to worry about, the financial pressures that we're under, making the subway and the buses and streetcars safer, more reliable, maintaining our assets, and the cost and the energy put into putting pictures for wayfinding, I think would just confuse people. And I think we can respect the Indigenous culture in other ways, such as the arts within the transit system, as art displays and other creative ways that we can do it through appreciating the culture, but not through wayfinding. It would just add to the confusion, and if people are in a hurry, it would just confuse them.
That's it. Thank you. So Commissioner Osborne.
I really appreciated the presentation and thank is Cameron? Yes. Cameron for his good work. My recommendation to staff is to, which just sounds like what they're doing, take on board what he had to say, and if there's some or all or aspects of it that contribute to the massive challenge that is wayfinding, that they take it on board. I mean, he himself said that they want this to be, Indigenous knowledge should be infrastructure, not ornamentation. And so I actually think that those are words to live by here. And if it helps, and it may very well, then I think we should have a go. And if it doesn't, then we need to make sure that we keep our eye on the wayfinding ball here. So that would be my advice to staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you. I want to make clear that this board has repeatedly identified wayfinding and improvements to wayfinding that are intuitive, that speak to the nonverbal clues for people to, as we experience the world, to be able to get around more easily. Lack of wayfinding or lack of signalization that people that are intuitive, people can understand, is actually a barrier to using the system and not being able to find out, like not making your connection in time can be the outcome. So I don't think that there's no either or here. We're doing improved wayfinding. There's a lot of engagement from TTC riders themselves, including through an organization that counts among them thousands, that to make this a priority. What I want to take away from the idea here is that there is no diversity imperative in here, and trying to get smart and learn from Indigenous knowledges, one of which is a relationship to place, how the land is, we're all defined by it. The Garrison Creek is really bossy in my ward in terms of what can be built. We have the escarpment, we have the lake. Those things are already in our world, and there is no binary here. I want to thank the fellow for presenting really good ideas that not necessarily here to direct staff to do anything, but I think it's unfair, and it's not helpful to pretend that there's one or the other. Transit riders want to understand how to move through the world, and there is plenty of evidence in all kinds of it's across disciplines about how humans interpret information with we all have different kinds of brains, and adding to that conversation is only amplifying our collective need to get this to improve, so that we can navigate our transit system with the best possible tools. Finally, I want to say that it's all of the teachings, the seven directions about love and respect and courage and bravery those are things that I hope that we're not contesting our values. But secondly, all of these animals are from this land, are Canadian, are local. So to posit that there's somebody somehow that these knowledges and these ideas are other, I think is just really un-Canadian. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Cameron for his presentation. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the work that he put into it. I have I have the second largest Indigenous area in the GTA. And I've talked with a number of members of it around using symbols from the seven grandfather teachings for wayfinding, and nobody was really excited about it. I had a few people that were actually insulted by it. I think that there are better ways if we're going to look at how we're dealing with truth and reconciliation within the TTC. There's a number of different things we can do that we should be doing. I don't think incorporating the grandfather teachings into a wayfinding system is one of them. And I have to be honest, as somebody that regularly uses the TTC, looking at the mock-ups for signage at the end, I think it's a bit of information overload with the symbols and how they're placed or could be placed. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Pardon? No, there's no motion. It's just a presentation.
Point of order. Chair, can you clarify that there is no direction? There's no direction. Recommendation here. So we're not voting on something here. We're just, the motion would be to receive the
It's just receiving
information. Right. So just to say that, to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll just be very brief. Again, I was a big fan of the presentation, and having traveled now to multiple transit agencies, I think Josh and I, we went to Taipei, we saw that icons were a big part of giving the transit system its identity. And if you go to any other major transit agency, New York, they use the rabbit, doing the things that you're not supposed to do on the transit agency. So I think there's definitely potential here to see how we can incorporate more Indigenous knowledge in our branding strategy. It's something that we actually are committed to doing in our Truth and Reconciliation Action Plan. And again, I think this has been a good discussion. We often don't discuss Indigenous issues at the TTC Board. So I think this has been a good, healthy discussion. Thank you. And with that, I will move to receive the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Great. Carried. So next,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to be noted as opposed to receiving it for information.
Noted.
Thank you.
Next, we will.
Me too.
Would you like to do a recorded vote? Yeah. Sure. Okay, so let's do a recorded vote.
On receipt of the item, Commissioner Ainsley,
Opposed?
Commissioner Bravo,
It's just receive. It wasn't supposed to go anywhere.
Commissioner Bravo, your vote.
Vote to receive.
Yeah, it was just a presentation on like what we could do.
Commissioner Kim,
Opposed?
Commissioner Malik, Vice Chair Mahevic, Chair Myers,
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne,
Vote to receive.
Commissioner Sachs.
Vote to receive, with thanks.
The motion to receive carries with 5 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item is item TTC 15.5, Advancing Safety on the TTC 2026 Focus Areas, and TTC 15.15, Member Motion 39.50, Safer Subways, Making Public Safety a Priority and Restoring Confidence to TTC riders across Toronto. And we have speakers on this item, beginning with Adam Cahoon. I think Adam is he online, but is he, okay. So Adam, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Adam. Adam, I don't know if you heard, but we're keeping the deputations to 3 minutes today, so go ahead.
All right. Yes,
Adam, sorry, we're having trouble hearing you.
now I'm totally ready to go. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Adam. Is there a way to to turn up the volume?
Are you still having trouble hearing me?
That's slightly better, but continue, please.
Right. It's all right. The main thing I wanted to say is I wanted understood that I do definitely believe that they need to really keep looking at full platform edge door. That is the main thing, instead of just using these platform barrier. And I also wanted to say more on the safety issue, that I still really think there needs to be a stronger campaign made on what customer safety systems are encouraged and stuff. Unfortunately, in the good old days of there being a lot of delays, and Brad Ross was a great man, but one message that seemed to get through to people more than ever was not to press the emergency strip. And so I do believe when people are underground and stuff, even though there are safety systems that are encouraged for people to use, there is still this there are still people that do get scared at actually using some of the emergency systems that are available for use. So I definitely think that a lot of this has to be worked on as well. And the last thing I just want to say is all this stuff has to be taken seriously if you guys want to stick to the statement that the system is fully accessible. And but settling for not doing some of this is going to end up being a bit more of a Canadian compromise. And we've already seen how that's affected in Toronto on our streets, Division 0, that isn't quite strong enough because we keep compromising and cutting corners. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, does anybody have any speakers? Anybody have any questions? No, thank you very much. Next, we have Nico Notware.
Good afternoon. My name is Nico, and I'm staff member of TTC Riders, a membership-based public transit advocacy organization. In my role as workshop coordinator at TTC Riders, I regularly travel across the city to facilitate transit-related workshops and speak with riders. I hold workshops in a variety of settings, community centers, drop-in spaces, shelters, and social service agencies, to name a few. Safety often comes up as a big issue in my conversations with riders. For this reason, I appreciate many of the measures in this report, such as the Platform Edge Doors pilot to reduce the risk of track level incidents and station improvement teams to help create cleaner and more welcoming stations. However, something that comes up again and again in my conversations with riders is that enforcement officers on the TTC don't make people feel safer, and for many people, make them feel more anxious and afraid to use transit. This is why some of the measures within the targeted deployment and visible presence focus area concern me. For example, one measure directs special constables, provincial offenses officers, streets to homes, and cleaning staff to inspect TTC vehicles and offer services to those sheltering in the system. While we strongly support the TTC's efforts to connect individuals sheltering on the TTC with services, we do not believe that special constables and provincial offenses officers should lead outreach to vulnerable populations. Instead, outreach teams such as Toronto Community Crisis Service Workers and LOFT's multidisciplinary outreach team should lead proactive outreach. These teams are trained in trauma-informed mental health crisis intervention, have strong knowledge of community supports, and are skilled in building trust with community members. Based on TTC Riders' engagement with unhoused and underhoused Torontonians, we know that these communities generally have strong distrust of special constables and provincial offenses officers and fear being harmed and criminalized by these officers. Another measure directs provincial offenses officers to be deployed on subway trains. Throughout my conversations with riders across Toronto, I have heard that fare inspections do not increase riders' perceived safety, and for many marginalized communities, contribute to an atmosphere of fear and anxiety. We do not believe that increasing enforcement on subways through the threat of uniformed officers and steep fines is an effective way of addressing non-payment of a $2 to $3 fine. And instead, we continue to advocate for more station attendance, a return to the taps over tickets model, and an expansion of fare pass eligibility and a deepening of the discount. Instead of increasing the targeted deployment and visible presence of enforcement officers, we urge the TTC Board to increase investment in non-enforcement approaches to safety. These approaches should include the expansion of the Toronto Community Crisis Service Workers pilot and other outreach teams, and the introduction of proactive patrols throughout the system, increased and reliable bus and streetcar service so riders aren't left waiting in conditions where they feel unsafe.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up. We're doing 3-minute deputations today.
Yeah. The last thing I just wanted to recommend was better wayfinding and accessibility at stations.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. So we've combined MM 39.5 with this item. So Daniel, I have you twice. Do you want to do 2 3-minute presentations or 1 6-minute presentation?
Sorry, which item are you?
So we're on the advancing safety.
Yeah.
And you're registered on this one and the safer subways one. So you can do 2 3-minute deputations or 1 6-minute deputation.
Yeah, let's do 1 6-minute.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, advancing safety on the TTC. As we know, the elephant in the room is that confidence in the TTC right now is at an all-time low. The people in this room, on this board, have allowed it to become a free-for-all of crime, disorderly conduct, and open-air drug den. People use the TTC as their personal living room, sleeping on seats during rush hour, putting their rotten feet on the seats, and fouling the air with the harsh scent of urine and other bodily fluids. This has been documented and shared widely across social media. It's obvious at this point. So we have to confront it. And I'm of the opinion that those in this room are complicit in this state of affairs. People in this room fell into the defund the police dogma, the decolonization dogma, that criminals can operate freely because of their, quote, lived experience, that criminal activity and drug use is a healthcare issue or defined by a race-based paradigm, that the TTC should be allowed to be used as a homeless shelter, as Stuart Green said back in 2020. You buckled to pressure from special interest groups and activists, and now you are reaping the results. The broken windows theory posits that when transit systems allow the little things to fester and break, fare evasion, panhandling, dirty stations, drug use, it sends a psychological signal to everybody that nobody is in control. Negligence rules the day, and that if the little things are broken, there's a very good chance that the bigger things are broken too. We are right now in the broken windows theory manifested. And as a result, the TTC's reputation has been annihilated, and renaming Dundas Station did not fix it. I'd like to present a quick little video from the bus the other day. What we see here is an individual in a climate of impunity, and an individual who is completely addicted to what seems to be crystal meth here. It might be fentanyl, we don't know. But he's using his City of Toronto taxpayer-funded bold pipe, and he's freely lighting up on the bus. And what we also see is a woman who is looking at this activity with complete disgust, fear, and anxiety written all over her face. What do you think she's thinking when this man is freely smoking his pipe on an afternoon on a Wednesday? She's thinking, there's no way I'm letting my kids take the TTC. She's thinking, I'm probably not going to take the TTC again. At least with Uber, I don't have to breathe in secondhand crystal meth smoke. This is the state of the TTC today, and this is happening across, this is pervasive now. It's disgusting. No TTC rider should have to experience that, especially women, seniors, and children. Your mandate is not to be a homeless shelter. Your mandate is not to be a respite center. Your mandate is not to serve criminals, drug addicts, drug dealers, homeless people, or anyone else who is in need of social supports and/or prison time. You are accountable to the taxpayers who fund this $3 billion a year system and pay your salary, and to the riders who honestly pay their fare to get from A to B in a safe, speedy, non-anxiety ridden fashion. Your job is enforcement. Yes, the use of force in all its inconvenient and unpretty essence. And if the special constables can't or won't do it, then you're going to have to call in the TPS and build out that TPS transit unit, because the only way this stuff is going to be fixed is with force. Unadulterated force, both at the gate to ensure these people don't get on the system. They're obviously not paying their fare. And if they are engaging in these types of activities, they are immediately removed. You got to send the message that the climate of impunity on the TTC has to end. It must be over. Law and order must rule the day. So no more kitty gloves and no more apologies. We pay you $3 billion a year, and we demand a safe, clean, reliable, world-class transit system. And if you can't deliver that, please resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Daniel? No, seeing none. Thank you. Nikki Holland is here. She's a late. Is she here? Oh, sorry, Nikki Holland. I'm thinking someone else. Nikki Ward is here, but she hasn't met the deadline to register. If it's okay with the board, are we okay to allow her 3 minutes? Okay, thank you. Nikki?
One in the middle. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I believe robust and occasionally pushy opposition is healthy for everybody. So I appreciate the opportunity to add some of that. I've got a couple of things to say, the first of which is to agree, weirdly, with people from all sides of the political spectrum. It's a strange day indeed when everybody agrees that priorities aren't being met. The first of these is that fair inspection. My goodness, this is a $1 billion solution to a $3 problem. The issue is not people not paying their fare. The issue is that people are on the TTC who are representing a safety issue for other people who wish to travel on it. The issues are many and varied, and so you must engage in triage. Deal with the thing that is killing the TTC first. And I would argue, and my criticism of the report that is before you, is that it spends so much time on performative nonsense that the substantive message, which is what we really need, is being lost. Now, I'm not going to break down whether I agree with one way of wayfinding versus another, because what is the point of finding your way in a system that is dangerous to navigate? It's an absurd proposition. And anybody rational, regardless of political stripe, has to accept that, or we just go round and round in circles. There are good people at the various tables around these rooms, many of whom are probably better educated than me and certainly paid more than me. I cannot believe that we spend this amount of time arguing the color of a train station when it is filled with danger. The danger is not just because people are doing icky things or unpleasant things or things that are difficult to confront. The smoking of cigarettes provides hazardous to, because secondhand smoke, I think we agree that's hazardous to our health. And yet the fine, the punishment for smoking a cigarette on the TTC is vanishingly small compared to, it compares nothing to smoking a crack. And I have to tell you, the side stream smoke from crack cocaine and fentanyl is vastly more dangerous to everybody who breathes oxygen. It's not about smelling bad, it's about being dangerous. And I'd like to apologize for the very loud phone call I received. I am not a councillor, but I do believe I have constituents. It was from a constituent who ironically, paradoxically, was telling me that somebody was selling fentanyl to a large gang of people in front of Wellesley subway station. Triage. Focus on the thing that is killing the TTC first. Do not get engaged in performative politics. And for God's sakes, don't spend money doing a survey. Let me get this exactly straight. An intercept survey to be implemented. I'm going to finish.
Well, we're doing 3 minutes.
Impactful on the perception, because that speaks to a previous thing I mentioned, which is don't gaslight us. It's not about how it feels, it's how it operates. And once again, thank you very much for allowing me the chance to at least express that idea in a rational fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Anybody have any questions? No? Thank you very much. I think those are all the speakers. Does anybody have a question that they'd like to ask on either item? Commissioner Osborne?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions around the tab. Original one was 15 from Councillor Bradford. My question to staff is, how much of this stuff are we already doing? Just curious, because it's a fairly long list of reporting on a lot of different elements at all of the stations. I'm just curious the extent to which this work is ongoing and the extent to which we would have to find bodies to do it.
Through the chair, I could start with that. So the majority of these we are doing, Commissioner. So the first item is related to the platform edge doors. In terms of our assessment, we are working through that. In terms of the cleanliness standards, we do have cleanliness standards. So there's reference to that. So that is something that's already in place. The one that I would say would require more resources to answer your question would be related to the audits, the safety design audits. So while we do SEPTED related assessments, our special constables or corporate security team does that, but it's ad hoc. So if we were going to undertake a full system safety audit, then that would require additional resources, which we don't currently have. And so I guess to say, in terms of these motions, there's work underway, whether it's through an assessment or there's something that we already have in place by way of standards, but some of them do require additional resources that we would require funding for.
My second question, thank you, Betty. My second question is about his point number 1, which the way I read it, and I may not be correct on this, so please correct me if I'm wrong, assumes facts not in evidence, as they say in the courtroom. I feel like this assumes that we are going ahead with platform edge doors. The way I read it, the wording is that we are doing it, now what's the plan? And I feel like we can't correctly agree to this request the way it's written, because we have not made a decision that we're going forward with it because of the funding question. So this is a bit of a technicality, but I'm not sure how we're supposed to proceed on this if we haven't yet made the decision that we could come up with a plan for something we haven't yet decided on, I guess is how I read this. So I don't know if anyone else has a different interpretation. At least one other person agrees with me, I've just been told.
I can add through the chair that I think part of the safety report that we have as well is the intention of proceeding to develop that plan as it goes forward through the 2027 budget cycle. So I'm not sure, I can't speak to the wording of what's coming through on the members' motion, but I can say that on platform edge doors, we will be proceeding to insert that into our prioritization for the 2027 budget.
But if it's going into the unfunded section of the budget, does that actually do anything, is what I'm saying? Like, we've already got it in our long-term capital. It's in the unfunded pile along with a lot of other things. And again, I don't have an issue. Like, I really want to have platform edge doors. I really do. It's just the way this reads, it reads like we're supposed to be producing a plan for something that we haven't made a decision on yet. That's all.
Sorry, was that a question?
Well,
maybe I can make a point of order on that if you want to hold Commissioner Osborne's time. I guess if I may, I understand the question to be, like, what does this actually direct if we already have this in our capital plan, long-term capital plan? Is this motion redundant? And I would like for that, normally we would have a decision made around this. Because we're already doing this.
So through the chair, can I just confirm? So the motion coming out of City Council was to request the TTC board direct the CEO. It didn't actually direct the TTC to do anything. It requested that the board do something if it wants. So it is in the board's purview to decide what to do with it. Right? Sorry. Sorry.
Your mic wasn't in front of your mouth.
Sorry. So the motion coming from council was to request the TTC board to direct the CEO. Council did not direct the TTC in any way. It made the request to the TTC to determine what it wants to do.
I understand that. My point of order is the request is to adopt that direction here because it's a suggestion to direct the CEO. But we have already, as Commissioner Osborne has laid out, this direction has already been adopted by this board. So how can a member, I'm confused about how a member motion from council can request that we adopt something that we've already adopted as is featured in our existing capital plan in terms of unfunded, because it's not currently funded, but it's on the list.
It says funded. That's the problem I have. It's not a funded plan. It's an unfunded plan, precisely the opposite. So I don't want to direct our CEO to do something with a funded plan that we haven't agreed to. So that's my
exactly.
concern.
So there is no funded plan. It's a fiction. So how can we adopt it? We can't.
So
maybe we could hold this one down.
I'll hold this down, and I'll let Michael think about that. Use that lawyer brain to think about this, and we'll go to the next round of questions. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For both estimates the staff have provided the board for both the barrier fences and the full platform edge doors are incredibly costly. And my understanding is very costly compared to other jurisdictions. What is the reason for such extraordinarily high costs for either option relative to what they are? And do you see an opportunity to find ways to bring those estimates down?
Through the chair, I'll take them one at a time. On the safety barriers, yes, there's absolutely an opportunity to bring those costs down. This is what I would call an order of magnitude estimate based on effectively no internal design being done yet by the TTC. We do have information from other jurisdictions on how they've done their design and their solution. However, we're looking at local context and safety standards that are different here than in those jurisdictions. So this is the safety barrier cost is, I would say that we've made sure that we have the budget earmarked for it at $2 million, but we absolutely have opportunity to, as we proceed and have better understanding of the design and material procurements, material requirements, and installation efforts, that cost will go down.
$2 million for a fence is a big cost. Like it's hard to accept that's got to be the final number. What about full platform edge doors? There have been cost estimates of $40 to $50 million. Is that the standard around the world, or have other jurisdictions been able to bring down those costs?
Through the chair, we have done benchmarking across other jurisdictions. Two notably, one was MTA and one was RATP in Paris, France. And we do believe that when comparing apples to apples in terms of making sure that the cost estimates that we hear from those jurisdictions are inclusive of all items, that we are in a ballpark of those other jurisdictions, particularly RATP, which has a similar system. However, I will also say similarly to the platform, to the safety barriers, we have not entered into detailed design on any one particular station. So
there might be an opportunity to bring down those costs.
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, that's good to know. Now, everything that I've read from TTC staff, the preferred option to actually achieve our goals, prevent tragedies, provide safety, and to by mitigating trespassing, also mitigate delays to our subway system. The preferred option is a real platform edge door. The safety fences, the barriers, from what I've read, don't actually prevent somebody from trespassing onto the tracks or prevent objects perhaps from going onto the tracks. Is that have staff sort of interpreted like platform edge doors now going to the barriers because like council hasn't provided the budget, or like, is this cost driven, or is it that you actually think this is a preferred option versus real platform edge doors?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Whoever wants to answer.
So just a couple of things here first. Platform edge doors would be the ideal scenario.
Yeah.
But I just want to be clear, even with platform edge doors, you can still open them and get onto the track if you really wanted to do something about it. So I just wanted to set the level plane. That can happen, has happened, and I've seen it occurs. So that's the step one. In terms of identifying it, platform edge doors is where we would like to be. However, when we looked at this in New York, we looked at it in terms of, we had a similar type of scenario. We wanted platform edge doors. What can we do now? First, the lead time, second, the cost. Then they had no funding for it. Then they had to look at what other ways can they look to see to improve the safety on particularly congested stations where they know that during peaks there's a lot of congestion, footfall. And then we looked at, okay, so what can we do that would provide some assurance? And the barriers that they have now, and I was involved in all of them, is probably the iteration number 3. So we went through several iterations even just to get to the barrier that we have now. And having gone through that process and then observed at the stations when they were installed, because I was there when they were installing them, and speaking to the customers thereafter, they were greatly appreciative of the fact that they had something between them and the approaching train as a safety factor.
Isn't that much more about the feeling of safety rather than the efficacy of having a greater barrier?
Yeah, sorry, we're over time, so you're, okay.
We'll come to that. And so that was one aspect. The second aspect, they also had a lot of incidents where not only were people jumping on it, but items have also been, had gone onto track, which, for example, luggage, trolleys, shopping trolleys, etc. So that also was a factor into the equation. And when we looked at the data post the installation of the barriers, there was a difference in terms of what it was pre and what it was after. Was it as good as platform screen doors? We suspect not, but we did install the platform screen doors, so I couldn't actually give you that real-time data. So what's been proposed here is, with the safety barriers, is a step in a direction to alleviate a solution to a problem, coupled with we're using the AI cameras as well in parallel with the barriers, so they're not used in isolation. So you've got the algorithm, you've got the notification, and you've got the proactiveness that will complement it, which again, we didn't have that technology at the time in New York or implemented it with the safety barriers.
I have another question, so I'll just wait for another round.
We're not doing other rounds.
Oh, okay. So then I'll just
keep on the.
Thank you.
So,
I'm happy to answer any questions outside of it.
Yeah, if you want to have that conversation. Just conscious of time and quorum. Does anybody have any other questions? No? Okay, I just want to be very brief. I think there was a comment made by one of the deputants regarding the number of arrests and taking action. Can someone in TTC sort of give a comparative figure of what we're doing regarding, I guess, more enforcement measures at the TTC?
Through the chair, I'll take that question. So just comparing numbers, so far this year, we've had 44 arrests by our constables, 33 of which have happened since the beginning of March. And contrary to last year, in this time period, there were 6 arrests, of which 5 had happened from March onwards. In terms of overall response times, at this time last year, we were at a 10-minute response times for our constables, and this year we're just south of 7 minutes.
Great. And then regarding the number of fare enforcement tickets that have been given out, do you have any updated figures on that?
As it stands right now, we're projected to see about a 10% increase in the total number of tickets that are written based on where we are this year relative to last year. I will caution that throughout the FIFA period, that number might go down, just given the fact that we're going to be shifting towards a much higher presence. But regardless of which, we will continue on the endeavor. But those are the early projections at this point.
Thank you. And can you just explain further what the relationship is between fare enforcement and I guess overall safety in that? And you have the data, or you have the more of the evidence in that the people who generally don't pay their fares are the ones who then go on to cause problems on the system. Can you just explain a bit more of that, how that relationship works?
Sure, through the chair. As you mentioned, Chair Myers, that is usually the case. The folks that are, it's pretty safe to say the folks that are causing a lot of the mischief are not the ones that are paying their fares. And again, I guess the big challenge, of course, is we can harden the fare lines, and I believe we've taken some steps to do that. The big challenge, of course, is the vehicles. And hardening the vehicles. And I think at this point, there are a variety of different things that we're looking at, particularly looking at bus boarding and opening certain doors and not opening others. We're looking at doing the same thing on the streetcar. But I think a lot of it at this point is also that visibility and that presence and using the data to be able to ensure that we deploy effectively. And the last thing I'll say is, in terms of effective deployment, it is not a static endeavor. It is quite dynamic. Data changes, patterns changes. Sometimes it's entirely environmental as well. So the importance there is to look at all the different data that we got and refresh it. And we're looking at doing that on a monthly basis.
Thank you. And is there any indication of the effectiveness of the body-worn cameras on the right now, some preliminary evidence?
I think, through the chair, I think 100% we have lots of data to suggest that the complaints against the employees have gone down significantly. With the data set that we have for both our fare enforcement officers and our transit special constables, since they have their body-worn cameras, the number of complaints towards them have gone down significantly.
Thank you. And then just switching gears a bit to the barriers. One of the things I noted in the barriers is that they're gray, and they were gray also in New York City. One of the issues I've heard from the disability community, I'm also the TAC chair, is that it can be very hard to distinguish colors sometimes, especially when everything is the same color. So has there been any thought as to what color these barriers would be so that they don't blend in with everything else that's going on at the station?
Through the chair, we're still working through design, so we have not landed on that. I will also say, though, one issue that we have here different than an MTA is ensuring the isolation of the electric forces are isolated appropriately, given that our safety standards are different from MTA, but we can certainly take back the visual requirement of the barrier as we progress design.
Thank you. And I guess the design of the fences themselves, if they are to be installed, is there a way to incorporate sort of the work that we've already been doing at TMU in terms of making the station look more appealing, having a nice fence, or is that going to escalate the cost significantly?
Through the chair, we can certainly look at that, take that on board in the balance of balancing off cost that we've heard about today as well. And I should also say, relative to accessibility, that we will engage with ACAT on the barrier design.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Regarding all of the different personnel that we have in the system during the functioning hours, is there a settled system, a dashboard approach, a communication vehicle where fare enforcement can communicate with special constables focused on safety, where security guards are involved, where janitors who are cleaning the stations and station managers are able to communicate with each other around the more, let's say, dangerous or problematic behavior that are sort of an understood challenge to both the perception and reality of safety?
Through the chair, I'll take that. So as it stands right now, our deployment model, Commissioner Bravo, is very much intertwined. It's a layered approach in that, when I say layered, there's the CSAs, the station supervisors, the group station managers, layered with the contract security, layered with the constables layered with the provincial offences officers. In terms of your point about communication, there is an opportunity for them to communicate via radio at any time. The point of the layered approach is to use the data sets to be able to deploy effectively at the right times of the day based on what the data is saying with the right people.
So the direction right now is I could go to anybody that in a TTC uniform and say, this is happening and I'm concerned about it. And that would get to the right person. And I'm not, perhaps that's a culture change and perhaps that's a question of training, but I'm not sure that the public would, or for myself as a rider, that I feel like I understand that.
So through the chair, in terms of the expectation, the way we've set up our system, 100%, you should be able to go to any TTC employee that you see in uniform and be able to say, I feel unsafe or I've seen this. And the expectation is to escalate it immediately to transit control. And based on the circumstances, transit control will dispatch the necessary people.
Thank you. There was a comment made about the people who are evading fares are responsible for the majority of situations that create service disruptions or create situations that are challenging for other riders. There is a correlation, as I understand it, but it doesn't mean that fare evasion is exclusively something the purview of people who are unwell, vulnerable to using drugs, whatever the category you want. So I just I'd like to have that clarified because I see a lot of young people from all income and socio-demographic groups, for example, just not tapping, or I see people dressed in suits, very nicely dressed, not tapping. So I would like to have that clarified, please, because I think that's perhaps a misrepresentation of the reality and the picture of what we want to solve.
Through the chair, I'll try to, the intention here is, let me clarify this. Appreciating that fare evasion is not exclusively performed by folks that are underprivileged so there's definitely a segment of the population that can pay and chooses not to pay.
Thanks. And finally, we have a few times I've raised a few times and have had conversations offline with staff about the approaches for the latter group of a constructive approach to fare evasion fines. Other municipalities, the fine actually purchases a block of transit fares, and that can actually be escalating so that in fact what you're buying is a lot of transit fares. There seems to be evidence from other jurisdictions that that's a way to encourage adoption and not exclusively go a punitive approach. The second advantage is that then the income of that purchase goes to TTC. Is that still under consideration?
Through the chair, that is something that we're still looking at. The intent is to bring kind of all things fair policy back to this board in 2027 with the full package of elements that we would want to modernize and transform. And one of the things that we would look at as we develop that new structure is some of those equity considerations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Vice Chair? Yeah.
Yes, please. These platform edge, what are they called now? Barriers?
Barriers are the static one. The doors are the ones that close, open and close.
Okay, barriers. So what is the learning from other jurisdictions? New York, and I think you have one other, Singapore, Shanghai. Do you have any data that says that they're safer, that they are less debris on platform? Hard data.
So not that we've got that firsthand, we can make the request, but just to just to build upon what you've asked, New York have now extended it over to 100 plus stations due to the trials that we did on the first 5.
On what basis did they do that?
So, as again, we don't have that data, but we can ask for that data. We can make an ask for it.
It would be good. And just, platform edge doors, just so I remember when they were $5 million a pop, $15 million a pop, and now they're $50 million a pop. Why are they so, the city can build a full community center with a swimming pool and a gym for $50 million. Why are they so expensive?
Through the chair, so you're right, and it's more than just the provision of the doors. It's the enablement of the platform edge doors. So as a retrofit, what's required at existing stations is relocation of a lot of cabling and electrical services that currently run under the platform edge or in other areas that would be in conflict. It's structural reinforcement of many of our cantilevered platforms. And in some cases also looking at the ventilation system and air circulation. So it's a lot of preparatory work, enabling work that goes into the cost of these platform edge doors.
Is there such a thing as a platform edge door that is connected to the ceiling of the station rather than to the platform of the station?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of. We do have, and I would, thinking this through, if it was attached to the ceiling, I think you may still have structural investigations required in that sense. There are partial height platform edge doors that do, which we would entertain, just to make the ceiling edge interface less cumbersome.
How much are they?
They're not nominally different. That perhaps the enabling works would be slightly reduced. And as I stated earlier, this is the values that we're quoting here on 45 to 55 million, 50 million on average is really, we have not done detailed design at any one station. So there is risk included and there is contingency included in these class 5 estimates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For speaking? Okay, so no other questions? Okay, we're going to speakers. Commissioner Matlow, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a motion which responds to the line of questions that many of us have asked, including Commissioner Mihevc regarding the costs. And I just can't get over the cost estimate of $40-50 million for platform edge doors, nor can I understand how a barrier fence can be $2 million. And we need to lean in on finding ways to do things at a more cost-effective way, or else we won't be doing things. And that's been a challenge of this organization for many years. I also have to very candidly say that I just fundamentally disagree with even spending $2 million on a barrier fence. I believe that all the evidence, including our own, points to platform edge doors being the gold standard. That's what we want to do. We have a problem in this system when it comes to trespassing onto our tracks. There have been far too many human tragedies. And even when it doesn't result in the worst case scenario, trespassing individuals and objects can have an impact on delays in our system, which have become far too much of a normal, which means that our system becomes not just less safe, but less reliable, which impacts ridership and confidence in even knowing that you can take the subway in the morning to get to work or school on time. And that impacts people's decisions, resulting far too often about choosing another way to get around if there is one. So that's not good enough. And you get what you pay for. I would rather, for example, spend the $2 million, or if we were to do the 10-station pilot on the barriers to $20 million, I'd like to put that toward a full platform edge door at TMU and actually fulfill the pilot that was initially recommended many months ago by TTC staff that this board decided not to do. I would prefer to work with the provincial and federal governments and continue to negotiate an agreement for better capital and, yes, operating funding, rather than settle for something that isn't good enough. I hear the CEO, and I understand that.
Sorry, you're over time, and we're going to lose quorum. Yes, 3 minutes.
Are we doing both items, Mr. Chair?
Do you want to give everyone 6 minutes then?
No, if you're doing both items, I think he's got, I'm just reading, he's got 2 motions.
No, one.
Don't you have one around 15?
I have one motion on because the other one's just for receipt.
So, sorry, why don't you take 30 seconds and finish that? Because we're doing 2 items.
Okay, I'll finish up by saying, listen, I agree with any resident who will say that, despite the root cause of the mental health crisis and homelessness crisis we have in our city, that no matter if you are a millionaire or you don't have a penny in your pocket, it's the behavior that we need to address. And if there's intimidating, unsettling behavior on our system, we have to address that. We have to do better. When it comes to the use of AI and other technology, of course, we should be exploring every possible tool to keep our system safe. But ultimately, if we're going to spend any tax dollar or fair revenue dollar on improving safety, it has to be effective. And I just think that it is a waste to spend money, the very few dollars we have, on things that we know are not good enough, when we should be putting that money toward, even if we can't do it today, it should be going toward the most effective ways to keep our system safe, to keep it reliable, to keep it predictable for people, and ultimately encourage renewed confidence in using this system. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, anybody else to speak? Commissioner Sachs?
I understand the desire to go directly to the gold standard, but we don't have the money. So if we can get, we had some questions about how much good the New York approach actually does, and we haven't seen that. But if it does actually provide a material improvement, then that's something we can do with the money that we have. And so I don't think it's helpful to us to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We can't do so much of what we need to do. We don't even have the money to do what we absolutely have to do to keep the system running. And so to take on, and I agree with my colleagues, it makes no sense to me that everything the City of Toronto does and that the TTC does is so much more expensive than what we hear everybody else has. But pretending that it's different doesn't make it different. And I know I'm seeing in my own ward repeatedly a very minor project to repair the lighting in a park that staff estimated at $300,000 and that we couldn't even get anybody to bid at $2 million. The costs are going through the roof. So if we can get some evidence that what New York has done is actually a genuine improvement in safety and it's something we can do, then I think we should do what we can do and not hold out for the perfect, which we have, it's just not within our grasp. When we've got billions of dollars of repair work to do and overhauls to do before we can spend money on nice to haves. So with all due respect to my esteemed colleague, I think we have to do what we can, as long as we have evidence that it does actually help. And so far, I haven't seen that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bravo, and then Commissioner Malik, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, for remembering my name. there's so many elements here that are before us in these two reports, and I think that they drive to the question of how we support, how we make improvements so that more people are riding transit comfortably. We know that TTC is, partly public realm, partly governed and overseen by the commission. So attending to these things and having a suite of care workers, safety personnel, I always feel excited when I see someone mopping the platform. A lot of the incidents and things that actually occur on streetcars, so we can't ignore that as well. I would say on the platform edge door question, pretending that one station will solve challenges like suicide, I think is I wouldn't want to make that promise to the public. I have a very dear family friend, so we call them cousins, and the son-in-law just committed suicide at Christie Station. So I would say invoking a personal tragedy like that and something that is, affecting particularly a lot of young men is something that I wouldn't use in this context. I think that we have to remember that these are greater questions of health, and doing something now and testing it, as the CEO said, to see whether it can make a difference is a valuable thing. It's installed. Let's look at it. In terms of the longer term goal of having platform edge doors and the idea that the board rejected that didn't fund it, we had a whole process. We created a strategic planning committee for the first time at TTC to look at all of the different elements of what would ensure that more people are able to move around the city in a timely way and safely to drive ridership. We looked at the central question was what would deliver the greatest amount of change, a positive change for the budget that we have. And so there's a lot of competing things before us here. Improved bus service. Well, we need capital dollars to ensure that we have those buses available. And we want to have reduced crowding and routes where the ridership is growing. So I think that however difficult it is, we have a responsibility as a board to look at the allocation that we've received during this term, historic investment from the City of Toronto, the mayor being able to negotiate a deal with the provincial government, all things that we can't 100% count on in the future, and the federal dollars that we were hoping would come in even greater amounts, which we are understanding now may be limited. So let's continue to have this conversation about what we can do that makes the most impact for safety, for moving people the best that we can so they can get to work and to school on time, and ensuring that that we're really taking advantage of all the opportunities for alignment and for collaboration on the system. I think that I will support all the motions that I understand the chair is moving and some other colleagues are moving. But simple answers to really complicated questions, I think, are not what the public needs to hear. We need to be able to do things materially, and that requires budget. And budget is a capital budget, like operational budget means choices, and those choices are not easy in the situation that the TTC faces. But I think we're moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Malik.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief. We have just had a number of conversations, even just in today's board meeting, about ridership and around some of the very obvious and known barriers to inviting more folks to see the TTC as the optimal and the preferred way to get around the city. And safety is a spectrum of of concerns, and one of them, as has been shared, is about the experience on the subway and on our platforms, especially some of our busiest stations. And this is such an important step in us getting closer to understanding what measures do address that issue of safety in a practical way, but also in a way that, again, addresses one of our biggest concerns and our preoccupations, which is about ridership, and how do we demonstrate that not just through our words, the presence of professionals in our system, but also in the physical experience of our stations. And this pilot is one step towards being able to demonstrate what that looks like, what that feels like, and what the actual impact of that is on the experience of riding the TTC. The final thing I will say is that when it comes to our public transit system, one of the things that we have been successful at in Toronto is that we do take important steps with pilots, that we do try things out that are addressing some of our greatest priorities in a way that is thoughtful, that is practical, that does appreciate the constraints that exist. And through those pilots, we have been able to make changes right across the system that do have that demonstrable impact that we are looking for when it comes to safety and enjoyment and reliability in the system. And I see this as one of those very important steps. And I look forward to supporting the amendments and inviting my commissioner colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this? No? Okay. So I will just move the motions. So the first will be on 15.5, the TTC Chief Capital Officer undertake validation of the cost for the implementation of platform barriers and to conduct a detailed assessment of design fabrication costs prior to the implementation of platform barriers with the objective of reducing the costs and informed by best practices from other municipalities, and to reinvest any identified savings in additional safety initiatives and report back to the 2027 budget process with the revised costs that reflect updated costing and recommendations whether to proceed with additional stations or reallocate the proposed funding to platform edge doors and or other safety initiatives. And then on the other item, we have some changes there. So slight changes to, based on some of the questions that was raised by Commissioner Osborne, getting rid of, for recommendation 1, getting rid of the word funded to replace that with costed. And then for 4, just replace a minor change, but 5, referring, so this is the 1-year ban item, referring this to the CEO and General Counsel of the TTC in consultation with the City Manager and City Solicitor for an analysis of legality, charter compliance, feasibility, and mechanisms for enforcing a ban on riders from the transit system, and report back with a framework of what would trigger such a ban, how that ban would be decided, what would be the recourse for challenging the ban, and what would be required to enforce the ban. And I want to thank my colleagues, particularly Councillor Bravo, for their help on this. I don't need to say anything except thank you to the staff. We have done a lot of good work, and we are definitely moving in the right direction. It's tough. What we're seeing on transit is what we're seeing in the rest of the city. We're not immune from those challenges, but I am confident to say that we are now taking the right approach, and we see that in the numbers, and we also can just visibly see that while those incidents are happening still, they're much less frequent than when I was taking the subway, at the beginning of my term, particularly the subway, the streetcar, and the bus. You can noticeably see the improvement, so thank you to the staff, particularly our special constables and provincial offense officers. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. No? Okay. Sure.
Will we get some information? I mean, Mandeep said he doesn't have it here, but I think it would be helpful to have some information as to what tangible benefits New York got from its fencing. I think we would all find that helpful. So somewhere, if we can somewhere
I think
in
that's
this
being
process,
asked in the motion, in the first one.
in the first one. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if it's okay, we'll just take the items as Councillor Matlow's and Commissioner Matlow's and my items all together, if that's okay with everybody? Or do you want to vote separate?
If your first motion supports moving forward even with the one barrier, then I need to separate that.
So we will take Commissioner Matlow's motion first. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Then we will go to the second motion. This is the platform barriers. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Then we will go to the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we will go to the next items. So this is the amendments on from Councillor Bradford's motion. So this is amendments to items 1, 4, and the replacement of item 5. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. We are at 3:30 and we have 10 deputants left. So if everybody speaks for 30 minutes, that's half an hour. So just please remember that when deciding whether or not you need to ask questions.
Before you move on, you'll like this because it'll be helpful to the agenda. I also need to go soon, so I was just wondering, might I move to defer the Bathurst Express item to the next meeting, given that we're going to run out of time today with quorum?
Sure, but we have deputants on that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have like 5. So
how are we going to do it?
Let's go to TTC item 15.6, the Bloor-Young capacity improvements, platform edge doors and net zeros. And we have a speaker on this item. We have speakers. So Adam, are you there? Adam Roy Cahoon?
Yes. And I think I fixed the mic issue on my computer, so you should be able to hear me better. Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. My major comment on this is that I know with listening to the last item, there is a little bit of trepidation on doing full platform edge barriers. But as somebody with a disability, we need to at least try it at one of the stations. And I do think the Bloor-Young station, at least on the Young line, would be a good place to start. Hopefully we will see some of the improvements that are hoped. Of course, I personally believe in non-striving, but I do think it will be helpful. I do think, again, that we've got to stop with these Canadian compromises. If we keep doing them, then we are going to end up just not doing what is truly needed, and we're going to find out that we want to be a first-class city, but we're starting to seem like we're starting to fit in a high end of second class with pushing some of these decisions further and further down the road and just watching the price tag go higher and higher on these. So that is my major comment, and I just encouraged to look into how in the long run it will save money and make things more efficient. It is definitely cheaper than trying to add second track in our system, and that's the only way we're gonna get better reliability. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Does anybody have any questions? No? Thank you very much. Next, we have August Pernoff. August, go ahead. Your microphone.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is August. Thank you for having me here today. I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders. We're a grassroots group representing transit riders across the city. And we're here to express support for the recommendations in this item. I'm also noticing that some of my remarks might relate to the previous item as well, including platform mesh doors as part of the Bloor-Young capacity improvements projects. And we appreciate that funding is being committed to enabling platform door infrastructure. This is good, this is an important step, and this is progress. And we're also urging to fund the installation of platform edge doors with a phased approach. Installing platform edge doors means a more reliable and accessible and safe TTC, as you've heard many times before by deputants, by keeping people and objects from track level. If installed system-wide, it will reduce service interruptions by 85%, save hundreds of millions of dollars caused by delays, fires, emergency response, healthcare, and the trauma-related expenses that affect everyone, workers and everyone else. Now, prioritizing platform door implementation at our busiest stations, like Bloor-Young, as this item recommends, the ones that have the most delays, the most crowding, and the most impact on the system when it does go down, makes total sense. Those are stations like Bloor-Young, but also stations like TMU and Union. So doing Bloor-Young as part of the expansion rather than after saves on disruptions and saves on costs. So we're glad to see it included in the expansion project. We're also here to ask you today to prioritize funding for an initial implementation of platform doors at least one station, one priority station in the next budget cycle. It could be TMU, it could be Bloor-Young. We're not picky. We just need to start somewhere. We know that funding and building platform edge doors is going to be a long process, but we need to start somewhere. We acknowledge the money invested and to go towards those metal safety barriers at the 10 stations in the near term. But we also see much greater value in funding actual platform edge doors at priority stations for better preventative safety and better reliability. And we've seen the reports that support actual platform edge doors. We haven't seen any reports around that. Metal fences that have been proposed. We understand that the rollout of platform edge doors is a large and costly undertaking that should be phased over many years with cooperation from multiple levels of government. And as such, we will pressure the provincial and federal government, especially the federal government, to provide their share of funding towards platform doors as a project. We ask that councillors do the same. Once again, we like these recommendations, and we're urging for funding to make platform doors a reality, one step at a time, one station at a time, at least one station being funded in the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Does anybody have any questions for August? No, seeing none. Thank you very much. That concludes the deputations on the report. Does anyone have any questions of staff? No. Any speakers? Great. Seeing no further speakers, can I please have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Thank you, Vice Chair. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next we have item 15.7, the TTC fare collection update. We have a speaker on this item. Adam, go ahead. $15.7. Adam, are you there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The main concern I still see, which I know I'm gonna start to sound like a broken record, is that the city has still not really worked to bolster the network of non-competitive sites for actually helping individuals service their Presto card. And with board members and other people really wanting to eliminate the cash fare, there needs to be better opportunities to have access to people that actually want to help us service our Presto cards. Even though a Shoppers Drug Mart has opened near me, there are times when staff do not want to help individuals service their Presto cards. So this is very much something that is definitely needed. So I definitely encourage the TTC to actually work as hard as they can to try and make a network for us to be able to do it in a place that actually wants to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Would anyone like to speak? Ask questions of Adam? No, thank you, Adam. Last speaker of the day. Does anyone have any questions that they'd like to ask in public on this item? Any speakers? No? Okay. Then I will move adoption of the report recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, we are on to item TTC 15.2, CEO Performance and Objectives, and we have a speaker, Daniel Tate. Is Daniel still here? Daniel online? No? Okay. So there's no deputants registered, so does anybody want to ask any questions publicly? No? Anyone want to speak? No? Okay, I will move the report, I will move adoption of the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Next, we are on TTC 15.16, review of subway capacity constraints and infrastructure readiness for protected/major transit station areas, compliance and provincial densification mandates by Commissioner Leanne Kim, seconded by Commissioner Josh Matlow. And we have speakers on this item, beginning with Michelle Chung. Thank you, Michelle. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Michelle, and I'm here today representing Responsible Development TO, Old Mill Terrace Residents Association, and a coalition of community associations across the GTA. Right now, communities are being hit by a tsunami of hyperdense high-rise proposals. To be perfectly clear, I am not anti-housing. I support responsible growth. But what is happening across the GTA, and in fact across Ontario, is not a housing plan. It is an infrastructure crisis in the making. And the TTC is squarely in the crosshairs. In 2022, the Ford government's Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act, dramatically slashed development charges that were to be paid for by developers. For the City of Toronto alone, this is a staggering $2.3 billion infrastructure funding gap over the next 10 years. Development charges ensure that growth pays for growth. These fees are funneled directly into TTC capital growth projects and infrastructure, the very things that keep the city moving. Platform and fleet expansions, signal upgrades, subway and bus maintenance. On March 31st, 2026, the provincial and federal governments promised to slash development charges by another 50% and promised $8.8 billion in taxpayer dollars to pay for what has historically been the responsibility of developers. Bill 23 has turned densification into law. Now hyperdensity is being legally forced through MTSAs and PMTSA designations. The province is using these designations as a blunt instrument to mandate extreme heights, 40, 60, 90-story skyscrapers within 500 to 800 meters of transit hubs, completely ignoring whether local stations can handle the load. City data shows there are enough approved units to meet housing targets through 2051. What we need now is a provincial infrastructure plan that addresses the realities of the transit grid. Building more homes faster without such a plan is a recipe for system-wide failure. What does this mean for the TTC? It means you are being legally mandated to support unprecedented transit density while simultaneously being stripped of the capital funding needed to keep it safe. Flooding a station with thousands of new residents without the budget to upgrade aging infrastructure will create an operational bottleneck and a severe commuter safety hazard. Compounding this is Bill 98, a gross provincial overreach that grants the Minister of Transportation unilateral authority to restructure transit fares and dictate cross-boundary routes, all of which creates another massive capital loss for the TTC. The TTC cannot be expected to provide world-class, safe infrastructure on a starved, handout-dependent budget. We urge this board and city councillors to demand the province provide a funding plan, tie major density policy directly to proven transit capacity, reject provincial overreach that compromises commuter safety, and pull back unsafe PMTSA designations where capacity does not exist. Growth should strengthen our transit system, not erode it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions? No, thank you very much. Next, we have Bruce McKim. And then up after that, we have Michael Benetti. Do you want to turn your microphone on?
On green. Green is on, right? Okay, I got that. So where is the money? There seems to be a lot of talk about where is the money. And this Bill 23 is obviously a major issue in denying the needed money to do the things that TTC needs to do. My name is Bruce, and I have lived for 35 years in the Old Mill neighborhood next to the Old Mill subway station. My neighborhood is a blend of 3 to 5 story apartment buildings, mid-rise condominium buildings, and single-family homes. It represents an ideal blend of mixed density with mixed income in people close to subway and other public amenities. Bill 23 and the newer provincial policy that mandates increased density along the subway line represent a threat to the livability of my neighborhood and the infrastructure that supports it. Regarding the impact upon TTC, the city needs to push back against a dramatic decrease in development fees that Bill 23 contemplates. This bill, More Homes Built Faster Act, is notably not Build More Homes Smarter Act. There's nothing smart about reducing development fees without directly addressing how the infrastructure costs of increasing housing densities will be paid, such as costs for TTC upgrades along subway lines. Where is the money? From the taxpayers instead? The bill's reduction of development fees aims to incentivize private market investment in housing. Why do developers need further incentives? They already make generous profits on the projects, in particular the high-rise buildings being contemplated in the Act. They can afford to help fund the infrastructure that supports communities. Regarding the provincial policies for increased density along the subway lines, the MTSAs, the PMTSAs, no distinction is made in the housing densities permitted at different subway stations. My station, Old Mill Station, would be treated the same as Kipling Station, despite the vast difference between these neighborhoods. The lack of such distinctions is irresponsible and reflects no attention to the context-sensitive development that the city needs. There's no apparent assistance for the inevitable cost to TTC to increase capacity at stations. And these increased densities along subway lines encourages preposterous projects like the one on my building site where I live to build a 39-story tower in a neighborhood that is dominated by 6 to 12 stories and has had responsible development up until recently, until this act came into place. So I appeal to councillors to push back against the wide-scale reduction of development charges. They should, for instance, demand that reduction in development fees be linked to the scale of the project, e.g. lower Bruce, for small developments. So
you're over time, and we're not the Planning and Housing Committee, we're the TTC, so you have to keep your comments related to transit.
Yeah, so the demand that reduction in development to be linked to smaller projects would be less demand upon the infrastructure. And so the focus of the provincial policy on high-rise projects is simply a continuation of the same policy going downtown, which is building housing for investors and not for people to live in. So I'd encourage the council to push back in any way possible.
Thank you.
Against these costs. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your time.
Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Next, we have Michael Benetti. Michael's online. Michael, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me, right?
Yes, and please keep your comments related to transit.
Thanks. Hello. I would like to express my support for the TTC board at requesting TTC staff to conduct a study on the capacity impacts the provincial bill 23 and subsequent increased development along the TTC's rapid transit lines will have on TTC services, particularly the rapid transit network, Despite the COVID-induced ridership declines, the TTC is not empty, and there are serious concerns about crowding that overdevelopment could bring to the TTC network, and this has not been discussed. TTC's subway system already has among the highest number of customers per kilometer of track of any North American rapid transit network. Lines 1 and 2 were experiencing significant crowding concerns pre-COVID, and they are starting to approach crowding again. The TTC's world-renowned integration of feeder buses and rapid transit results in high numbers of passengers on board trains leaving the first station on these lines. At some stations like Finch, the peak period number of customers on board these trains approaches the peak period that you would see at the main point approaching downtown. There's not a lot of room left on these trains. For customers on the inner portions of these routes, getting on a train can already be a challenge in peak periods. Imagine the impact with endless high-rise developments along Bloor and Danforth that we have not studied the transportation impacts on. On TTC's new Line 5, smaller streetcar-style trains could be inundated by too much new development. Upwards of 80% of TTC customers choose to take the TTC over their automobile. They have choices, and an overcrowded transit system will not only chase current customers away, but will not attract the numbers projected by these new developments, leading to more traffic congestion. Please conduct a proper review on the impacts this unprecedented increase in development could have on the TTC system so that we can understand if improvements can be made, the costs involved, and if this is just too much development to aim on certain corridors. Toronto was renowned for the responsible development we allowed in the 50s to 90s, connected by world-class transit. Let's make sure we understand the developments the TTC can handle and not leave our city in further gridlock. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you very much. We will bring the item in committee. Are there any questions of staff? No? Any speakers?
I have a question.
Question? Okay.
Yes. Given that Bill 23 has been in existence for a number of years now, has the TTC ever, has management considered what this would mean a few years down the road, and especially once markets are favorable for the condo construction business to start picking up? Because we're going to be living in a dumpster in a construction zone, and then a flood of people living along the transit lines. Have you considered what this will mean?
Through the chair, through the chair, the short answer is yes. We do that long-term forecasting and planning in conjunction with City, using those forecasts to plan out as far as 2051 to see what capacity our system could be able to provide or have in light of all the planning targets that have been set, but also the development applications that are in the pipeline.
And what was the result of the studies?
At this point, and the reason why the 2051 is an important date is we project right now is that 2051 we would be at capacity, even with the new lines coming online that are currently under construction.
So that's 2051, but what about 2030, 2035, even more immediate?
Through the chair, we don't model out every single year. Like, we have to use kind of those target dates based on the planning data we have. So we recognize that capacity increasingly gets eaten up over that period. There's blips then when the Ontario line will open up, or Yonge North or Scarborough, where there's a capacity added and we see some relief, but then in the long term, we still meet or exceed our capacity.
If I may supplement, there has been extensive discussion going on between our city planning colleagues, with Metrolinx planning staff and Ministry of Transportation staff, about what the demand forecasts are showing over the next several years and into the 2030s with the opening of the lines. It's why our Line 1 Capacity Enhancement Program, you'll see in our major project update report, is flagged at red at risk. It is a priority for funding and is part of the priorities we've put forward to the provincial and federal government. So what you're saying is you have applied for funding? This board has supported the prioritization of the Line 1 train maintenance storage facility and the growth trains for Line 1 as a priority under the new Canada Public Transit Fund. And there's extensive modeling work that is going on between the city, TTC, and Metrolinx the line will be over capacity in future years. It's a question of exactly when, depending on how the development market is looking.
And what about so can you just answer again clearly, what is our capacity financially to meet this demand, especially in absence of developer fees?
So through the chair, the Line 1 CEP has about $5.6 billion that's unfunded, and that is within a $54 billion CIP of $35 billion unfunded. So once again, it's another trade-off between state of good repair and growth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Any speakers? Commissioner Kim?
So I'm just going to repeat in this forum what I said earlier at the beginning of this meeting, early this morning, and this is more of an appeal to my fellow board members who are city councilors to use whatever leverage you can, especially given the election, to push city council, to push the provincial government to do something about these developer fees, to help fund whatever shortfall there is in meeting the capacity needs due to over-densification. Because over-densification, we talked extensively about crime and homelessness and all the social problems that impact the safety of the TTC, but with this densification, it's just gonna get worse. So any problems that we have right now on the TTC, it will get worse. Whoever thought that densification was a great idea was on something. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing no further speakers, Commissioner Kim, would you like to move the motion?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Final item is TTC 15.17, requesting a 7 Bathurst Express bus by Commissioner Josh Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Diane Sachs. And we have speakers on this item, beginning with Paul Makushi. Paul, are you there? Oh, great. Go ahead, Paul. You have 3 minutes. You're on mute. You want to go? Can you hear us? You're still on mute. We can't hear you. So we're going to jump to we're going to jump to the next speaker and we'll come back to you, Paul, because we can't hear you. So Adam, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, Adam, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All I want to say on this item is that even if this what gets voted through, us at TTC riders don't believe that this is enough. We still want the bus priority system to go all the way up to Eglinton on both Bathurst and on Dufferin, and I personally believe when it comes to Dufferin, you will eventually want that to go even further up to Wilson Station, because of the way that bus is used, but keeping it on the Bathurst, we just want to make sure that it is one of those things that, because it's become a little bit political and that has encouraged the stopping at Bloor Street, we just want to encourage a proper bus rapid transit further along. And again, we don't want to keep seeing these silly Canadian compromises that is just going to make Toronto more of a second-class city. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Does anybody have any questions for him? No? Thank you very much. We'll go back to Paul. Paul, do you want to give it a second chance? Is he there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the TTC. My name is Paul McCusey. I'm a resident and business owner on Bathurst, appearing today on behalf of the Bathurst Street community, specifically between DuPont and Bathurst Station. I'd like to begin by saying something I rarely get the opportunity to. We told you so. In the fall of 2025, our community submitted a formal compromise backed by 165 signatories and TTC ridership data for Bathurst. In that submission, we proposed, and I quote, an express bus running north from Bathurst Station, alternating during peak ridership times to achieve far greater results in speed, efficiency, and reliability compared to the parking bans. TTC's own data showed minimal boardings before St. Clair, every day of the week, including weekends. But instead, extended rush hour and weekend parking bans were imposed on the east side of Bathurst, the same side with no laneway access. No alternatives were presented, no compromises were made, and we were not included in the working group despite formally requesting to be a part of it. Now, a motion sits before this board requesting a Bathurst Express bus, citing analysis that shows express routes deliver at least 20% in travel time savings. Here we are again. This is the same proposal, the same data, the same street, filed by the same people who said it was impossible. So I'd like to ensure that I'm very clear about what this means. When we were told that the express bus was not viable, that parking bans were the only path to transit improvement, this community was either given the wrong information or the right information was kept from us entirely. We're the ones paying the price for that, and we continue to do so today. Since the new parking restrictions have been implemented, we've already seen the first business closure on the east side, with others actively exploring options to move because many don't know whether or not they can afford to stay here. This community is not just trying to survive these changes, we are building. Businesses along this 700-meter stretch have been organizing towards a business improvement area. A BIA means businesses voluntarily levy themselves to invest in their neighborhood. You do not do that on a street you are fleeing from, and the city should be supporting that. The argument used to justify taking the parking was that there is no other option to improve transit. Yet the motion before you today has now put on the record that there is another option, one that delivers results our community presented just a few months ago. So our ask is very simple. As staff study the express bus, they must also study the restoration of parking on the east side of Bathurst to the original rush hour times, and specifically, the removal of weekend restrictions entirely. Thankfully, conversations are already underway, and I hope today's direction reflects that, because if the express bus does deliver what this motion promises, the parking bans have no reason to remain. At the very least, restore what was taken, because this street deserves better, our community deserves better, and we are not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Does anybody have any questions? No. Just one point of clarification for you, Paul. Who you were referring to was city staff. This motion is actually put forward by 2 city councilors, which I know to the public might be the same, but they're separate. Just so you're clear on that. No questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Paul. Next, we have Nicholas Christo. Nicholas, are you here? No? Okay. We will take it in committee. Anybody have any questions of staff? Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, thank you. So last year when we asked about express buses, the staff recommendation was that it was not appropriate. Can you tell us why?
Through the chair, I'll take a stab at this one. This TTC does reviews of which corridors would warrant express bus service on them, and that's a combination of ridership and the actual layout of the street. And so an analysis was done on express bus routes across the city of Toronto. We have several. Bathurst did not meet the criteria that other corridors did. And so at that time, that was the case. And so I recognize that this motion would have us do that analysis again, and we would see if it did.
In your experience, would an express bus speed up transit if there's parking in the way?
through the chair, our recommendation and strong recommendation would be that to have an effective express bus on a corridor, you would want some of those transit priority provisions in place, which would mean priority signals, less parking, less other road uses, or else you just have an express bus sitting in traffic.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bravo?
I'm going to let Commissioner Mihevc go first, if that's okay, Chair.
So Vice Chair Mihevc.
Yeah, as a question to staff. As I read this motion, it is not saying do it. It is saying to include it in your service planning. That would be the normal course of suggestions, and this is how you would treat this? In other words, this goes up against other suggestions that are made by the public, by city councilors, etc.
Through the chair, through the 2027 annual network plan work, we will be reviewing all express network savings and working to bring all express routes back up to service standards within the 15% performance.
So, but this would be evaluated in conjunction with all of them, right?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. So did you say that you already did this analysis, but you would be doing it again?
Through the chair, this analysis was done, but now several years ago.
Okay. So the following up on the Vice Chair's question about how this will go into a list of requests. For example, the Lansdowne bus, very overcrowded, and I haven't brought a motion here, but that would be on the list, for example, for, okay, thanks. You're shaking, you're nodding, so I'm taking that as a yes, but people on the mic.
Through the chair on the microphone, yes.
And to be clear, across the entire system, the metric that, among the metrics that we're using for analysis is existing routes that are where overcrowding exists. Because we have to make choices, correct? So where we make a priority should be in line with our objective to increase ridership, and leaving people on the sidewalk when the bus is too full is not a good use of, that's not the, we need to solve that first, correct?
Through the chair, correct.
That goes to our fare return and to our reliability and to the supporting mode shift, because a lot of those routes people could potentially take a vehicle, correct? But they don't.
Yep, through the chair, it's faster, more reliable service, and it's certainly in the form of an express bus route is one other way that we think we can bring people to transit.
And with a limited fleet and a sense of defined or a fleet and operators, we're going to continue to use that lens. And so is another factor, another question could be potential, like for bus, massive numbers of units of housing coming online. Is that part of the equation, or can it be part of the equation?
Through the chair, yes. As the team looks at their annual network plan and building that out, growth is certainly, and growth projection is part of that. To do that kind of longer term planning, what they then do throughout the course of a year is to do more of that fine tuning, because we have board periods that shift all the time to reflect and respond to more dynamic demand, but that long-term planning would look at those factors too.
It would be, for example, the short distance in the Dufferin corridor, DuPont conversion of employment lands into towers now, hundreds and hundreds, and they add up to thousands of people moving in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Speakers, Commissioner Osborne?
Yes, I wrote both of my esteemed colleagues who put this motion forward. I'm just going to share what I shared with them. I have no dog in this fight. I have no opinion for or against, but I just don't think this belongs at the level of the board. I'm sorry. It is very granular. We have 162 bus routes, and we're here talking at a governance level of the board about a bus route that is part of a massive transit system that includes 162 bus routes. I just feel like carving it off in isolation makes zero sense. in as much as the motion did flag that this would be part of the regular analysis that the department's going to do when they look at all these route decisions. But that being said, staff is juggling all these competing interests. The Lansdowne bus has just been mentioned, and we've got options that range from increasing service, decreasing service, and changing service, like an express route being added to an existing route that doesn't have one. And I just feel like the fact that this is coming from the board, whether people like it or not, we put a thumb on the scale of a decision that we would like staff to make on merit. I understand I am not a person who runs for office, and others are, but I just feel like this is the kind of thing that we should leave to staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, I understand you have a motion.
Yes, I'm making a motion on behalf of my colleague, Councillor Matlow. I mean, as I said to Commissioner Osborne, she's absolutely right. Route planning should be done by staff based on all the criteria, and my colleague, Commissioner Bravo, also pointed out many of it. This is simply a request that is part of the service planning route. The staff consider it. Absolutely, the fact that there is a request for it from some of the concerned residents and businesses is one of the reasons we have this motion, is to make it clear to them that we have asked staff to review it. We know it was reviewed and rejected a couple of years ago, but the circumstances keep changing. One of the problems that we had several years ago is that with so much parking, nothing moves. And we had the data, particularly in the afternoons for the northbound bus, nothing moves. And so the parking restrictions that council adopted last year are starting to help. It needs more enforcement, but that is starting to help. So we're just asking that as part of the normal service review, it be reviewed again, recognizing that this is only one of many places where we'd like to have more service. There's a lot of places in my ward that would like to have more service. There's a lot of places across the downtown that would like to have more service. This is just one to be reviewed, please. Thank you. Oh, and I have to move the motion. There we are. Just to make sure that one of the big arguments for not putting an express bus here is that, that we were told last year, was that the ridership is typically point to point. Express buses make a lot of sense where you have a huge number of people going from, say, a university campus to a subway station. This isn't like that. We have people getting on and off all the way. We certainly wouldn't want an express bus to reduce the regular bus that I take, that my family takes every day. So that's what this extra paragraph is about. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions.
I appreciate what you say. I'm wondering, why would you want it to report to the next TTC board meeting rather than as part of the annual
service
review process?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment. I think it makes good sense. It's meant to be part of the service review. Thank you. Chrisanne is very adept. Instead of making a separate board report, it should be part of the service plan, which it should have been in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, great.
Suggestion. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Are you speaking or clarification?
No, I was just saying thank you.
No, sorry, Councillor Bravo. Yeah. Yes. Go.
Thank you, Chair. So I was really struggling with this motion because, like my colleague, Councillor Sachs just said, Commissioner Sachs, there are many routes in my ward that I could be championing here with a motion. And that's not in Davenport, sorry, Vice Chair. But I think that what our role here is to make policies that direct staff on a systemic level, and lifting up one single route for a sort of spot checking or prioritizing is, we spent time on this, and we have a lot of other really important issues to discuss. Secondly, I agree with Commissioner Osborne that no matter what happens when the board moves a motion and adopts it, we are signaling a priority, and I think that we have to think about the entire system, because one route is important to people who are exclusively using that route, but most people experience the system and use it in a network. not just in their one particular bus route. So all of these things impact our operational priorities and where we invest, and also our capital priorities, because you still need to have the buses and you need to have that kind of investment. So I will move support the amendment. I think it was a good catch, which is it would be very strange to have a report on a single bus route for something that should really belong in the annual service plan. So I appreciate the Vice Chair going ahead and saying what I was going to say, and I will be supporting it now.
Thank you. So first, the amendment from Commissioner Sachs. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Motion to adjourn. I'll move that. All those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. Thank you.